Good afternoon, Navin.
Good afternoon. This is Naveen joining the call. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Navin Garu.
Oh, great. Thank you, buddy. Give me one moment here. Looks like some of the people are still tuning in. Just go ahead and share my screen. So just give me one moment.
Good afternoon, Mr. Naveen.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you?
Doing good, thank you.
So let's see. So, gentlemen, ladies, I hope everybody can hear me fine. Just want to make sure. Could you quickly type in a yes or no? Just type in a Y or a N. Nice, good. Thank you, guys. Thank you for joining back in. And let's continue our journey, guys. Okay, so looks like we have a few new people tuning in today. And nice, thank you, guys. So let me just come back here. All the new guys who have not, who were not there yesterday and who joined in today, just for sake of discipline, type in your emails, guys. I'll just take your emails for sake of discipline. Those who have joined yesterday, don't type in your emails. Just the rest of you, please type in your emails. Okay, looks like you need some time. Never mind. So in that case, gentlemen, ladies, before we get started, let's just have a quick review of what we did and where we did. And before that, I just want to make sure, great. Looks like we have everybody here. Nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Tech Mahendra. Oh, okay. Bunch of them. Let me just copy these things. And looks like everything is coming. Okay, then never mind. Okay. Mute some of you. Mute all. I'm not allow participants to mute. Yes. Okay. So if you want to unmute yourself, I have muted you all. Just go ahead and unmute it and feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions or if you would like to say something and so on, guys. Okay. Looks like a few more emails are coming in. Oh, okay. Formatted it. Very nice of you. Thank you. Sportsmanship, I call that. Nice of you. Thank you. That's just for sake of discipline, guys. Okay. So I was just trying to get a feel of how many of the people who are joining in today for the first time are coming from a programming, or do you have any idea of programming and things like that? The new folks, could you please let me know your status, your update, guys? Are you familiar with the basics of Python? Are you familiar with programming, non-programming? Just type in Priyusha, Harshita, Srirupa. Just give me a brief introduction. What is your background, please? Here are some of the introductions which were given yesterday.
Hey guys, the people who have joined today, kindly give just one-liner about yourself, whether you are from a computer science, non-computer science background, and which place do you belong to. Can all of you be very quick in giving that response to Mr. Naveen?
Great. Is it Savitri?
Yes, I am Savitri here, Mr. Naveen.
Thank you, Savitri. I appreciate that. Okay, now mine. Keep typing in. To keep our time productive, let's go ahead and get started here, guys. So gentlemen, ladies, I want one of you guys to come online. We'll be starting with a few questions. We have something to say. Okay, Suresh, unmute yourself, buddy. Feel free.
Navin,
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead, buddy.
Actually, we need some time to practice. Actually, we have to move to another folder, right?
Yeah.
We have to move to another screen for practicing. So we are
Oh,
not getting that time. We are missing.
okay.
We are missing something. You get it right.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you for that, buddy. I'll
And we
keep
need
that in mind.
some breaks in between
Okay.
1 hour gap. Okay.
Definitely. So what you do, Suresh, whenever you think you guys are getting a little stressed and things like that, just give me a quick message, and I'll give you a few minutes break so that we can refresh and things like that. Just give me a reminder, because once I get involved, I keep going like that. But I need those reminders. You be that middleman there. Okay. Hope that is not too much to expect. Okay, buddy.
Yes, Navin.
Yeah. And let's see. For practicing, what we'll do is today we'll get started with a little bit of practicing, and we'll try our best to get you guys into the this one, guys. Okay, so thank you for that, and let me just copy a few emails. Copy this. Okay. There you go. So let's say Suresh or anybody, can one of you, before we get started today, I want one of you to come online, unmute yourself, and let me also show up myself here. Gentlemen, ladies, one more time, I'm going to just show my face. There you go. I don't know, how do I make this big here? I just want to say hello and things like that. It's a little cold in my room, so I'm wearing a jacket and things like that. But let me move my chat window, and let's see. I don't know if there's a way I can maximize this one. There it is. That's everybody. Let's see how this looks like. No, that's not what I want. One more time. There you go. How about this one? Here. Okay, never mind. I'll just say hello and namaste like this. That's namaste, guys. Hello. And gentlemen, ladies, that is your instructor. You're looking at your instructor and things like that. I'm in my jacket and things like that. All right, Swami, very good. Okay, so I'm going to hide my video here. So gentlemen, ladies, can one of you come online? Any volunteers? We'll take a few quick questions, a few friendly questions and things like that before we get started. A quick review of some of the concepts we discussed. You don't have to be afraid, scared, just a friendly way. We'll try to go over some of the topics we discussed yesterday. A few minutes. If you're not going to give me a yes or raise a hand, I will choose one of you. Okay. Suresh, how about you, buddy? Can you come online?
Yes, Neeraj. Yes, Navin. Sorry.
Wonderful. So you're unmuted. Feel free to show your video for a moment.
Let me comb my hair.
Okay, if you'd like to.
Okay. Where is it?
There you go. The beard man, the man of the beard, aren't you?
Yes, Navin.
Very good, buddy. You're a fan of Junior NTR, aren't you?
No, not like that.
Just kidding. Allu Arjun. Okay, I'm stopping it there.
No. Not like
Good one, buddy. So just a quick and a friendly review, Suresh, from yesterday.
Yes.
I'll ask you a few friendly questions. Just do your best. If you don't, I'm here to help you. I'll start with maybe a medium complex question. What is Python?
It is a programming language. It is like it is very easy to hands-on. Like it is very easy comparing to C or comparing to Java. There is no heavy coding in Python.
Very good. Let's say Python is a high-level programming language. Why do we call it high level? You already answered it, but I'm asking the same question in a slightly different way.
As it is easier to do.
As simple as that. It is simple and easy because you write less code.
Yes.
Less code is less complexity, so it is more easy. We write less code compared to Java and .NET. As simple as that, all right? Let's say now here's a slightly tough question, Suresh. It is also called as dynamic. Do you have any idea why it is called dynamic?
No, no,
Okay, because if you're familiar with Java and .NET, if you're familiar, you have to specify the data type, whether it is an integer, whether it is a string or a float before declaring the variables or the objects. Whereas in Python, you don't have to.
Yeah.
As simple as that. And why is it called an object-oriented programming language?
We declare, we do directly in objects like.
Good answer. Short and sweet. Everything is an object in Python.
Yes.
Cool. By any chance, do you recall what is Anaconda?
Anaconda is like a stadium where we will get every.
Excellent. That is the friendly mantra. Anaconda is a stadium where we can play multiple games. The games are Python, R, and other kind of languages. So what is Jupyter?
Jupyter is like a stadium where we do our hands-on on Python.
Good answer. Jupyter is a playground inside the stadium.
Yes.
Okay, so these are the friendly mantras. The technical mantra is Anaconda is called a distribution, and Jupyter is called a web ID. Okay, and let's move a little ahead, and then we have seen how to install the distribution. Did you by any chance get a chance to access the cloud notebook, Suresh?
Yes, Naveen, we have access to it.
Have you got into it, or you have not got into it?
I'm got into it. Yesterday we have hands on it also. I have practiced some codes.
Excellent. So let me come back here. Let me find where my thing is. And where is it? Is it here? Not here. Here's the Jupyter notebook. Okay, so this is where we are. We looked at the list. Okay, and here's the basics, and this is where I want to start. But it looks like I need to reconnect here. Okay, while that is coming up, just to keep our time productive, take me home. Dashboard. Okay. What is the mantra of an object, Suresh?
Hello?
Yeah, Suresh, what is the mantra of an object?
Mantra of an object.
How do you define an object in Python? How about a cup?
Yes.
Okay, now, how do you define what is numeric data?
Numeric data. Numbers. Like
very good.
We'll give age is equal to 16 and okay, that's not right.
As simple as that. Okay. Now there you go. That's what I was looking for. See if it picks it up. Sign in. Okay. What is, I will give you a hint here. The mantra of numeric data is teacups. So what is integer?
Coffee in the teacup.
How about green tea? Green tea is integer. What is ginger tea?
Ginger tea is string. Maybe.
Ginger tea?
String.
Okay, ginger tea is float, buddy.
Float, okay, sorry.
Okay. So what is the difference between integer and float?
Integer is a number and float is like decimals.
So more precisely, integers are non-decimals and
Yes.
floats are decimals, okay? So what is coffee?
Coffee is string, maybe.
String is textual data, cool. So what is a tray?
Tray is combination of these, maybe.
Good. It's a group of cups. And what is the
sorry.
What is the technical mantra of a tray? So tray is in a slightly friendly way for our easy remembrance. We are calling it a tray. Does anything remind you of what is, let's say I'll give you a hint here. Does something come to your mind when you're looking at my screen?
Yes. Tray. It's a combination of like group of cups.
In other words, a tray is nothing but
Sorry, I can't hear you. Your voice is breaking, Navin. Sorry.
a tray is a list,
Yes.
Suresh. Okay.
Mm.
And what is special about the list?
We can have group of cups. Sorry, group of what will go. Different types of coffees or coffee or tea. Coffee.
Good. So in other words, a list is something where you can have teacups and coffee cups.
Yes.
Cool. Okay, good. And let's see, come back here, back to the basics here, back to the Numpy here. Are you now able to access the Cloud Jupyter notebook, Suresh?
No,
Have you
I have to open it, right?
You haven't opened it? Okay. While Suresh, try to open it, buddy. While Suresh is trying to open it, if some of others also can try to open it, we'll try to do a few examples and things like that while the sessions are going on, and that should be of help to you. So feel free to log in. I'm sure all of you, Suresh, you do have your login details and everything, right?
Yes, Navin.
Okay. So all of this, please try to log into your servers. Once you log into the server, Suresh, can you also try, buddy, simultaneously?
Yes, Navin.
And you have an idea how to get to the Jupyter Hub?
Yes, Navin.
Okay. Once you click on the Jupyter Hub, get onto the home page. CSC. Okay. Thank you guys for your introductions and things like that. And let's see. So anybody else other than Suresh who wants to come online and give some answers, guys? We don't want to get Suresh tired. You're doing okay, Suresh?
Okay, Navin. It's fine.
Good. Okay. Let's see. I'll see if there's any volunteers. Looks like nobody wants to come into the acting today. So put yourself back on, Suresh.
Yes, Navin. Okay, I'm getting on it.
Okay, I'm going to stress you a little bit. What kind of an object is Nescafe?
Nescafe is object string type of.
Good. You're looking at my screen, right?
No. I'm logging into Jupyter.
Oh, okay. Have a look at my screen while
Yes,
you're
no.
logging in. So here is Nescafe.
I'm
And
into Jupyter. Okay.
what is type?
Type is just where we'll get what type of what it called. What we are giving, it will give us output.
Good.
If we give type of 16 and it type of age, okay, age is an integer.
Okay. So in other words, the rest of the folks, please try to help out Suresh, guys, while I'm asking the questions to Suresh. If any of you are able to answer it, just
What can
go
I
to
say?
in the chat window. You want to say, buddy? We'll. Oh, okay. Who's that? Your name, please.
I'm
Lokesh.
Lokesh Somadabhai.
Very good. Then let me
It
unmute.
says the type of the value.
Okay. Then you can also turn on your video, buddy. We'll have both of you on here. And others, feel free to help your friends here. And there is Lokesh, guys. Another, let's say, another kid there. Huh? Okay, good one there. So short and sweet, remember, type is a built-in function.
Built-in function.
What is it giving you? It is telling you the data type. What do we mean by, what do you think we mean by data type, Suresh and Lokesh? What is the data type?
It says the type of the value, type of the data.
Type of the object, whether it is a teacup or a coffee cup, as simple as that, okay?
Yes.
And Savitri, are you still here? Savitri, are you still here? Give me one moment, Lokesh and Suresh. All the folks who are joining in today, one more time, I just want to get a feel of it. We covered some basics of Python yesterday. I want to kind of get a feel of, where you are with the basics of Python. So could you please type in? How many of you have an idea of some programming knowledge, programming or not, and things like that? Maybe just a quick one-liner. All the guys who are joining in today. Okay, we'll give them some time. Okay, good one, type. So what does print do? Lokesh,
It
Suresh.
displays the value. It displays the
Good answer, short and sweet. It prints it, as simple as that. Okay, and let's say, scroll down here. Okay, what does plus do?
concatenation. It concat two strings.
Okay, Suresh, take every alternate question, every alternate answer. If you're not able to answer, the Lokesh will do. Both of you take alternate, guys. So short and sweet plus is concatenation. Let's see, what do you think? What do you think is happening when we say 30 times Nescafe?
It prints it 30 times. It prints 30 times.
Okay, good one. And let's say, what does replace do?
It is replacing Mera with Hamara. Okay.
Very good. Mera is replaced with Hamara. Now here's a slightly tough one, guys. Strings are immutable. What is meaning of immutability?
It does not change.
Good. So remember, when you modify this cup is not getting modified, but a new cup is getting created with Hamara. Cool. And
If we want to change the string, we need to use another variable.
Gotcha. Good one there. So what is the problem here, guys? 7 plus 2.
7 is a
string
and
2 is integer.
Very good. We cannot concatenate
String and integer.
coffee cup and a teacup. Okay, so that's why we are converting both of them to coffee cups, and there it is 72. All right. What is str?
String.
We're converting numeric data into textual data as a technical mantra. The friendly mantra, we're converting teacup to a coffee cup. Cool, guys? And let's say sum of x plus 4. What is special about the operator comma? Lokesh and Suresh. What's special about it?
It separates string
Yes.
and another values. Means
It is separating. Okay. So in other words, it is concatenating, but notice you don't have to hard code the space. If it is a plus, notice we are hard coding a space. You have to explicitly give a space. Whereas when you concatenate with a comma, it is automatically the sum of 3. It puts the space automatically, putting the space as a separator.
okay.
Okay. Suresh, catching it, buddy? Okay. So are you guys batsmen or are you guys bowlers?
Batsmen and bowlers.
Very good. You're
Yes, sir.
all rounders, aren't you? What kind of a girl do you want?
All-rounder.
Suresh, I can hear you, buddy. Suresh, I can hear you, buddy.
It takes false, sir. Both are written false.
The question is, what kind of a girl you want, buddy? You want a girl with long hair or fair girl? Lokesh. Smiling.
Long hair.
You want a girl with long hair. Okay, fairness, fair is not really important for you. Okay, so you're ready to
both are
marry,
true.
aren't you?
But both are true.
Both of them are true. Okay, okay. So what does and tell you? And means what?
And is like if one of the condition is true, both the conditions need to be true. If one of the condition is false, it takes false.
Good answer. In other words, you're forcing your parents saying that, hey, I want a girl with a long hair and a somebody fair in color. You have 2 requirements. That's what you're an and boy. Right, buddy? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So what makes a good marriage, guys?
When all are true.
So which means if somebody has a long hair and she's fair in color, she's tall, then Suresh says that makes a super marriage. What do you think, Lokesh?
All are true.
If all are true, that's a super marriage. Is that true?
Yes.
What is the most important thing in a marriage?
Faith.
Fair in color, you're a bad boy, aren't you, man? How about, what is that? Whether you have long hair, whether you're fair in color, whether you're not tall, if you have a good and a loving heart, then that is a truly super marriage, isn't it?
Yes.
Good, guys. So let's see, that is the story of the and the or. Either you have all these conditions. You're telling your parents, I'm giving you two choices. You give me a girl with a long hair, fair in color, tall in height, or irrespective of these things, give me a girl with a loving heart.
Loving heart.
Good one. You're a good boy, aren't you? So that's the story of the and the or. A little bit of if you're able to recall. Savitri, I got your message. Thank you. Just still reviewing here. I'm okay here at mine. And again, a few more couple of friendly things. You know, less ego, less anger is nothing but a good heart, and a good heart is a good family. Good family is a true family. With me, Suresh and Lokesh.
Yes, Naveen.
Very good. And that is the story of some of the basics. Then we jump down to the list. Let's see where we are. So what is special about this list, my list 3? Simple answer, confusing question.
It's having
is
both
homo-
integers and string.
Very good. 3 teacups, 3 coffee cups. It is
Yes.
heterogeneous. Cool.
Heterogeneous.
And okay, what does my list 0 tell you?
Index 0. Nescafe.
Okay, so in other words, the
Python is
list,
largely zeros,
good.
whereas
The list or the Python are following 0 based index. Okay,
It
guys?
returns index 0.
Very good. What does 03 tell you?
First one is start. 0 is start. And
0
it
is
ends to
inclusive
3.
and 3 is exclusive.
Very good.
And it ends to 3.
Good. So in other words, remember the mantra is inclusive versus exclusive. It's like you're asking this tray, give me from 1 to 4. It looks like the syntax is telling you 1 to 4, but what Python is doing is it's only giving you 1, 2, 3. The right-hand side index is exclusive.
Yes.
Okay. What does len tell you?
Length of the Mera Bharat.
Okay. So more precisely, length, it is nothing but it is telling you how many cups are in the tray. You're asking the tray how many cups, what is your size? Length is size.
Yes.
Okay. And let's see what else we have. There's the numbers list. Okay. What does -1 tell you?
Right hand side.
It
Lokesh?
reverse. It reverse the value.
The first
Means-
mantra is minus means it's coming from the reverse.
6.
Second mantra,
Right hand side. It
okay.
is displaying from right hand side.
Okay, another mantra is, remember, when we go from left-hand side to right-hand side, it's a 0-based index. Whereas when we come from right-hand side to left-hand side, it is a 1-based index. Okay, guys. Cool. How about what is -2?
Second index from reverse.
It is more precisely last second.
Last to second.
Good.
Yes.
Okay, what does 5 tell you?
Starting from
5. Starting from 5.
3 to and to the end
End.
of
10.
Is it starting from 5?
Yes, sir. It starts from 5 and ends up to 10.
Remember, 5 for
5 means
Python
6,
is
yeah.
6 for us.
6 here.
It is starting from 6, buddy, not
Yes.
5th. Okay, it's starting from here. 5 for Python is 6 for us. It is Python is following 0-based index. We are following 1-based index. Lokesh,
Okay, sir. Okay. Yeah.
what does this tell you?
It is calculating from right hand side. Right hand side from 5th index to 0.
Okay, good answer. So in other words, if you don't have anything on the left side, you're starting from beginning. 5 for
Okay.
Python is
It ends
6
up to
for
5.
us. Okay, 5 for Python is 6 for us. 6 for us, but the 6th cup is exclusive.
Yes.
So it is giving us the first 5. Okay, now here's a slightly tough one. Maybe it's something simple to look at. What do you say is happening here? What are we doing here? What is this operation called?
It returns each character, means n.
Good answer. Any
List
other
of
answers?
It is listing letter by letter.
Good answer.
It is
So
a character.
more-
It is listing letter by letter.
Okay, good, Suresh. It is converting a coffee cup to a tray of coffee cups. Okay, from a slightly computer science perspective, we say we are converting a string object into a list object. This is acting like a function which is converting string to a tray or a list object. Suresh and Lokesh, are you catching it, guys?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Good. Okay, then let's see. What do you think insert is doing?
Insert is adding
Escape in zero index.
Okay, good answer. What is the difference between insert and append?
append will add at the end of the tray.
Excellent.
It acts like concatenation.
Very good. And let's say, so what do you think is extend doing, guys?
Extend, it will add to the same tray at the end, I think.
Okay, Niharika, good answers there.
Sir,
So-
can you scroll up?
Scroll up. Okay, let me increase, let me toggle the header so that you can see more. See if that gives you a hint. Take a look at Niharika's answer. She's also giving you a hint. Oh, she's doing it for append. Okay. Give some hints for extend also, Niharika. Suresh, still thinking, buddy?
No. I have said it. It is adding to the end of the tray.
More
Extend adds-
precisely, it is taking individual cup and adding at the end. Extend is taking individual cups. Okay. Now let's say, okay. What do you think is happening here, guys? List of range 4 means what?
Range 4 gives from
Length.
0 to 1.
It says length.
Okay. So in other words, slightly from a computer science standpoint, we are converting a range object to a list object is something I want you to manually remember. I want you to by heart a little bit. I'm going to stress you there. But converting it into a list object is what we want to keep in mind, guys. All right. And let's see now, come here. Okay. Now we are appending the range. When we extend the range and when we append the range, what is the difference?
It's just
Yeah,
add the range. Just the range to the tray.
Okay. Lokesh.
Yes, sir.
Extend gives individual range of the tray, individual to the tray. Extend gives range of individual teacups.
Okay, you have almost answered it, or you already answered it, which is extend is taking the individual cups. It takes the individual cups and puts them 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Whereas append is taking the entire object. This is slightly again from a computer science standpoint. We say it's taking the range object and it is adding at the end. It is not taking the individual cups. It is actually adding the complete object and not the individual cups in the tray. It's adding a tray as it is one way to think of it. So again, one more time, if you convert a range to a list, notice the entire tray is getting added as a single object. Whereas when you do an extend, it is actually adding individual cups in that tray into this tray. Catching it, guys?
Yes.
Okay, let's move a little ahead. And there is a story of the extend appends. And okay, that is the story of the list. We still have more to go in list. Let's see where we are with, what is this one? Numpy. Gentlemen, ladies, what is the mantra of Numpy?
Numpy is a framework.
Good answer. Anything else? Numpy.py extension. It's an extension of Python. Good answer. And an extension of Python is a package, is what it is, guys. Okay. But let's say, okay, before I answer that question, guys, what is the problem here? Suresh,
We
Lokesh,
cannot
any-
we cannot add directly. We cannot add variable directly.
good
Integer variable
answer.
directly.
So in other words, very good. So we are trying to add a cup to a tray and Python is not accepting. In other words, more precisely, list is an object where you cannot add individual objects by using the plus operator or the concatenation is what it is. So what do we do? What do we do, guys? Tough question.
We import NumPy. Naveen.
Good answer. So in other words, bring in NumPy.
NumPy.
And then what do we do?
And we use dot operator
We use array.
We use array.
array list.
Bring in NumPy, bring in array. So there is a subtle difference between a list and an array. What is it?
In array, we can go like one-dimensional, two-dimensional, row by row.
Okay, so remember, a list is a tray where you can have teacups and coffee cups, but an array is where a tray where you can either have the teacups or coffee cups, not both of them. Catching it, guys? Array is not a combination. Array is a combination of array is a collection of similar types. Good one, Satish. And Lavanya, combination. Acha, you are saying same data types. Yes, you can have all of them as either numeric data or textual data, but not both of them. So what do we say we're doing here? What is this line of code doing?
It combines NumPy by and array list.
Okay, more precisely, we are converting a list to an array object from a computer science standpoint. One more time, we have earlier seen how to convert something to a list object. Now we are converting a list to an array object, which means we are getting an array. We're telling it, hey, make this tray where it will either accept only the teacups or the coffee cups is one way to think of it. Okay, and let's see what's happening here. Does something come to your mind here? Does this remind you of something?
It is adding 2 to the array.
Good answer. Back to school. Does it remind you of what kind of operation that is?
What kind of operation?
It's called, okay, an element by element wise operation.
Element by element operation.
Matrix like operation. In the machine learning world, we call it as a vectorized operation. Okay, more precisely for you, the mantra is the cup is getting added to each element. So we'll call that as element by element wise operation. With me, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay. So what is the mantra of import, guys? Any of you recall what is import doing?
It
Bringing in
it is like package.
Good answer. Good answer. So NumPy is a package. Import is, and the mantra of a package is a toolbox. If you're a carpenter, we have a toolbox. What do? We have to open the toolbox to use the hammer or the screwdriver. What is it? That is what is import. Import
creates the
NumPy
folder.
means open the toolbox called NumPy. No, that's slightly not right, buddy. So in other words, it's not creating the folder. It is opening the package. It is now allowing you to access the functions inside the package. Catching it, guys?
Yes.
Import is a keyword, Praharsha. And what is import doing? Import is not a module or a package, but NumPy is a package or like a module. Praharsha, catching it? Okay. And let's see, scroll a little bit down. So again, you can use your own names as. So what is Priyusha here?
It's another
name for NumPy. Aliasing name.
Alias a friendly name, as simple as that, guys. But in ideal world, don't use that kind of names, guys. It won't be professional in a professional world. Okay. So now let's see. Okay. So that is the story of the NumPys. That's a quick beginning, guys. We'll revisit NumPys today. And what is, by any chance, do any of you recall what is matplotlib? What is matplotlib?
Libraries.
Matplotlib is a package for visualizations. It is a package, it is a toolbox for painter. Numpy is like a carpenter's toolbox. Matplotlib is for visualization. Visualization is the painting part of it. Okay, what does PLT tell you here?
Plot.
PLT is a friendly name or an alias. Okay, and so now here's a slightly tough question, guys. Let's see if you're able to handle this. This is maybe a little more than tougher question. What is the problem here? So don't feel guilty if you're not able to answer. I'm stressing good, Satish. What's
NP is
happening?
not defined. Okay.
Good.
We are
So we'll say import
NumPy.
numpy, run it. We still get the problem. What is the problem?
Import NumPy as NP.
There you go. Good one. So what is linspace doing?
It is giving equal spaces. I mean,
Good. So we'll call this TM. Score 03. Underscore matplotlib. Okay. It is one more time. Who was that?
it is giving equal number of spaces and 11 instances.
Very good. Okay. When you're answering, guys, it's always a good idea if you're able to answer more than in one lines or one or two statements in a professional world. Imagine you're with the conference calls and things like that. If you're able to answer, explain a little bit, feel free to do that. That will always be appreciated. So the first thing here is you're requesting it, hey, give me 11 points, data points, 11 numbers. The number should be between 0 and 5. What is special about it? It is linear. What is special about linear? Linear means we want them to be equally spaced. So there are 4 points which are going in that one function. That's a slightly advanced function, but something to be kept in mind, something that we generally, you'll be seeing, we'll be using it often in the coming up days. Fair enough, Suresh and Lokesh. Cool? Okay, so let's see, come back here. That is the matplotlib. And let's say, do you remember what does plt.show do? What does plt.show do? Simple answer, but maybe a confusing question.
Plot
The hint
shows
is on the screen.
plot
It is
shows
showing the plot, and if you recall, there is some unnecessary text which is getting displayed. If we do not say plt.show, plt.show is taking care of that. It is not displaying that unnecessary text. Okay, guys. And let's move to the next one. I think that's where we were. So what do you think is X label?
x-axis.
X-axis.
As simple as that. And title is?
Showing the title of the plot.
As simple as that. X label is X-axis label, Y label is Y-axis label, title is title, short and sweet. With me, guys. Suresh, Lokesh, okay, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Naveen.
Okay. So now, gentlemen, ladies, everybody, I want you to access your cloud. And while I'll get back here and I'll get onto a little bit of theory here, let me cover a few slides. Where is this? Here we go.
Naveen,
Is-
give us some time. It will take at least 3 minutes to access. Okay.
You want me to get some? Okay, go ahead, buddy. I'll give you 3 minutes.
No, I have access. So remaining of
Good.
them need
Very
to
good, Suresh. That's good. So guys, take some time. And 12:49. Take 3 minutes time. Get onto your clouds. Suresh, keep giving me those suggestions and things like that whenever you think it is in a friendly way, and I'll try to follow you, buddy.
Okay, Naveen garu.
Good, buddy. Same as with others. A little bit of teamwork here, guys. We're all a team here, so just keep me posted. You guys can mute yourself. Lokesh and Suresh, get on. And there's the story of the numpys. And just to keep our time productive, anybody else who's logging in into the cloud, can you quickly show your screen? Can you share your screen, guys, so that others can look at you? They can also try to follow similar thing, just to keep our time productive. Please feel free to volunteer, guys. Niharika, okay, very good. Let's see, let me find Niharika here. Where is Niharika? I'm going to make you the co-host. You should get a request. I'm going to stop my share. And have you gotten the, there you go, very good. Excellent. So you already logged in. Just sign out once and re-log in one more time, Niharika, so that others can watch you. Good. Good. Okay, if you're observing, just follow the path that Niharika has followed, guys. I'm sure you're all given the username and passwords. We'll give you one more minute here. Anybody having a problem, guys? Can you quickly type in? Just say you're having a problem or something.
Sir, what I need to do, let me know. Because I'm newly joined today.
Okay. So hopefully everybody's. Niharika, did you get the file I shared yesterday? Oops.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
sorry. I was on mute there. Okay, good to know. Want to share? Oh, you want to share? Okay, Suresh, I'll come back to you, buddy. Let's. So there's Niharika. Okay, did you get a chance to practice by any chance, Niharika, yesterday?
Yeah, but I practiced some part only.
Okay, no problem. Come back. Okay, thank you, Niharika. I'll put back my screen onto the share. Back to me. I'll come back and revisit you here and there. Just keep your login open and things like that. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I think it's almost 53, right? Guys, do you want a 5-minute break or shall I continue? It's almost an hour. If you want a 5-minute break before I start, you want a break? Okay. Let's keep it 5 minutes, guys. And then we'll revisit. We'll take another break, maybe 10 minutes like that, so that we are keeping our time productive. So it's 5:54. Let's meet by 1, guys. 6 minutes. Let's do that. Just have a cup of water and things like that. Process to access the Jupiter. I see. Sindhu, just noticed your message. Okay. So let me see. That's what I was checking with you guys earlier. How many of you are new and things like that? So let's say we have, who is this? Pratyusha, Bhuneshwari, Sri Rupa, and Harshita. And okay, let me see. So let me see. Suresh and Lokesh, are you guys back?
Yes, Naveen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Suresh and Lokesh, are you guys back?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay,
All
great. Let me see. Can you answer Sindhu's question, buddy? You might have got an email or something like that, right? How to access the Jupiter?
Okay.
Go ahead, any one of you.
Naveen, they must receive lab access mail,
Okay,
some mail ID and password.
okay.
Okay. They can log in with TechM mail and password like TechM 321. Okay, can I share that details, Naveen?
Yeah. One moment.
I'll share that. Okay.
Okay, shall I make you the co?
No. I'll copy paste that.
Oh, okay. So we got Outlook mail regarding the credentials. There you go. Another hint or help from Niharika also. And there is Satish. Good one there. A little bit of teamwork going on here.
User ID is passwords TechM mail ID and password is TechM lab $321.
Excellent. Sindhu, are you doing okay there? Are you getting it? What about Pratyusha and Bhunesh?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So let me know if you have successfully logged in or not and things like that. Keep me posted. And let me come back here. So what was that? Sindhu. So Sindhu, if it is okay, I will continue the journey from where I left earlier. And you try to follow as much as you can. Wherever you find a little difficult, give me a little bit of hints and pointer, and I will try to help you simplify. Fair enough?
Okay, sir. As of now, we didn't get any mail on Outlook regarding login credentials
Is
other
it?
than Tech Mahindra mail.
Mhm.
So,
How about this one? Tech mail ID is going to be your user ID.
okay,
And this
sir.
is the password. This is from Satish has sent this one.
Okay, sir.
Tech MLab 321.
So we didn't get any mail from lab, sir.
No, it's okay. If you didn't get an email, that's okay. What I'm saying is user ID is participant's official tech mail ID. So use your username as your email ID.
Okay,
And
sir.
password is given by Satish. Have a look at it in the chat window.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for clarifying.
Okay. Give a try and try to log in. And if you're having a problem, put it in the chat window.
Okay,
Sir,
sir.
Go ahead.
sir, while I am clicking on the link, it is showing that you are leaving the Zoom call.
Your what?
While I'm clicking on that Cloud Labs link, it is showing that you are going to leave the Zoom call. Should I click on that? Otherwise,
No.
I'll be leaving the call.
No, you don't have to leave the Zoom call. I'm surprised. No, I think you're clicking on the Zoom link, buddy. You're not clicking on the Cloud Labs link.
I have clicked on the cloudlabs.nuv pro. That link only, sir.
Oh, okay. And it is asking you to leave the Zoom link.
Yes, sir.
Buddy, try to open another tab or another window. Try to copy and paste the link.
I did that, but also it is showing like that.
No, it will not show. We are using the multiple tabs. It will doesn't show like that. Try to open another window or another app. Just copy and paste the Cloud Slab link.
Maybe use a Firefox or maybe something else. You won't have access for the lab. Revati, why do you think they won't have access for the lab?
Naveen, just ask one.
Because they joined today only, Naveen.
Oh, okay. They just joined today. Didn't know that. Okay. I didn't know about that. Okay. And okay, we'll allow them to give one try. Okay. The leads should add the new participants. I see. Okay. So if you're not able to access, guys, let's give some time, maybe by the end of the day or maybe by tomorrow. I'm sure Sanchita, Savitri, and others will be able to help you out in getting the access. And if not, we'll try to handle that. But for today, the guys who are joining today, just try to follow as much as you can. Sindhu, are you catching the point? Any luck there with you?
Sir,
Yeah. Showing invalid. Okay.
I'm just trying to open. If not, we'll do it later. So.
Okay, sounds good. Just type in the chat window if you have luck or no luck. Good, guys. The same is with others. Others also. Dhanushri, Ganesh. Ganesh is not able to log in and things like that. So don't worry about that. Just try to follow today. And Sindhu, what is your background?
Sir, I'm from computer science.
So you understand what is a variable, what is an array, what is a list and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So hopefully you should be able to follow.
Yes, sir.
Okay, keep me posted. So let's continue from here, guys. So back to Numpy is homogeneous. It's homogeneous multi-dimensional array. Means they are trays of similar cups. You cannot place different kinds of objects. That's what is homogeneous, guys. Okay. And let's say come here, back here. So they are faster. One of the primary advantages of Numpy is they are more sophisticated. They are more faster. We can perform lots of mathematical and scientific calculations are built into it in the form of functions. And not only are they available, but they are faster than list objects. So the speed is important. Speed is very important, guys. Okay. We can also have nested loops, list comprehensions. This is an advanced way of using Numpy package. And that is what we'll try to understand step by step in the coming up exercises, guys. Okay. This is also referred as array-oriented programming. What we do in Numpy is in Python, in the world of Java and .NET, they take more time. They take a lot of lines of code. What we do in one line of code here will take multiple lines of code and lots of time is another way to think of it, guys. Okay. So let's say, come back here, take an example. Okay. And let's say, put this here, snap it. Let's see what is going on there. So there is data is np.array. Okay, so in a way, from a slightly computer science standpoint, I'll force you to remember, we're converting a list object to an array. Array is a tray of similar cups. NP is the friendly name of NumPy. Data is the name of the object. Data is a tray, and there is a tray of 3 teacups. And what do we do? Okay, what is max here? Max, you're asking a tray, what is the maximum number? You're getting a max of 3, as simple as that. So what is max? Max, to be more precise, is a method. But since we are in the beginning, we will not call that as a method, we'll call that as a function. What it means is you can ask an array, what is the maximum value? You can ask a tray, hey, what's the maximum value? And it'll tell you this is the maximum value, as simple as that. Everybody with me, quick yes, please. Sindhu, Priyusha, are you with me? Quick yes, just type in a Y. Good. Okay, let's go to the next one and see what we have. Move my chat window. So there is numpy np.array. There is a command, and what I think basically what we are trying to do, what we are trying to explain is we're converting in an array here, and that is numpy array. np.array is where we are creating an array. You want me to repeat it? Okay, let's see. So one more time, Sindhu, who's this? Niharika. Okay, slightly from a computer science standpoint, 3 or 4 points. We're taking list object, converting to an array. Array is a tray of similar cups, and numpy. NP is numpy. Numpy is a package. Okay, NP is the friendly name. Let me see. Sorry about that. And data is the name of the tray. When you say max, what is max? Max, for now, we'll call this as a function. What is max? Max, you are asking what is the maximum value. You are asking a tray, what is the maximum value? And you're getting the maximum value, as simple as that. So the max is nothing but a function. Okay, Niharika. Okay, so that is the story of the max. Here is where again np.array is a way how we create an array. Remember, Python does not have arrays, so that's why we're using a extension of Python which is referred as a Numpy. So that is part of the Numpy package. So now here, increasing the complexity, guys. Let's see what we have here. A few more functions. np.once. What is np.once? It's creating a tray. Put 3 cups inside it. Say 1, 2, and a 3, and put ones inside it. What is that? That is what that one is. We are creating a tray. np.once, or in other words, more precisely, once is a function which will create 3 cups in a tray. Visualize a tray. Step 1, visualize 3 cups, and visualize as if a 1, and a 1 is being put into it. As simple as that. That is a function once. Okay, the same as zeros. Visualize a tray is created, 3 cups are put, and instead of a 1, we're putting a 0. What is that? That is what the function is doing. At a mathematical level, the function is filling up all the objects. The content of the object is 0. Okay, and now np.random. So zeros is a function, ones is a function. But come to random, random is a module. np is a package, random is a module, and random is another function inside this module. Random, which is part of that package, is something to be kept in mind. Okay, so what is random? Random is generating 3 random numbers. So visualize a tray, put 3 cups, 1, 2, 3, and put any 3 random numbers. That's what that is doing. It's putting 3 random numbers. Niharika, are you okay? These are the things we'll actually try to run in a moment here, but let me just see what else we have. So there is again data, np.array. One more time, slightly from a computer science standpoint. From a programming standpoint, we say, convert a list to an array. That's a tray of 2 cups. As simple as that, nothing much. np.once, create a tray, put 2 cups inside the tray, put once, oops, put once, oops, sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that, guys. A little bit. There you go. Okay. So visualize the tray, put 2 cups and put ones in that. That is what ones is special about. And why do we have ones? And what is the advantage of that? We'll try to understand that in a moment, guys. Okay. So stick with me. So now taking it, increasing the complexity a little bit. Put here. So now what we are doing is data is a tray. And once is also a tray. So there is the data, a tray of 2 cups. Once is another tray, a tray of 2 cups, but with 1 and 1. Now what is happening is we are adding them. What is this? This is an operation which is being performed, an addition operation. But more precisely, why is that important? Because, say, come here, choose this one. 1 is getting added to 1, that becomes a 2. 2 is getting added to 1, that is becoming a 3. So in other words, let's say we'll put, there's a 1 and a 2. And let's say there's a 1 and a 1. So ideally what is happening is you add 1 plus 1. And what's happening? That is turning into 2. Let's choose this. Similarly, 2 plus 1 is becoming 3. Or in other words, one more time, the mantra is it is a element by element wise operation is happening. A matrix like operation is happening. What is that? That is what is special about the Numpy arrays. They perform element by element wise operations. Can we place any number instead of 1 and 0? Yeah, I'm going to come to that, Satish. Just give me a moment here. Everybody catching the point, guys? Quick yes, please. Are you able to recall back in school, we have visited something called element by element wise operation. So now let's take it to the next level. One more time, we may have looked at this one yesterday. What's happening is, well, you can do the subtraction, you can do the multiplication, you can do the division. In other words, these are all arithmetic operations. What is happening behind the scenes is the mantra is element by element wise operations or matrix like operations, or what is referred as vectorized operations in a machine learning world. These kind of operations will come to our rescue. These small things will come to rescue in the world of machine learning, especially, and things like that. A lot of linear algebraic concepts get used, guys. Okay, that's what it is. Everybody okay with this slide? Quick yes, please. Okay, and let's see what is going on, guys. One more time, a quick multiplication, but what is special here is, say, come here. Tray, put 2 cups, take another cup, you multiply it. What's happening? The first cup is taken, is multiplied with this one, that's what is 1.6. The second cup is taken, multiplied with this one, that's why you're getting, oh, sorry, my bad. Let's see what is happening here. Okay. So in other words, if you give only 1 cup, visualize this tray. This tray is copied here. Because there is only 1 cup behind the scenes, visualize as if a new tray is getting created. 2 cups are being put with the same value as this one. And what's happening? You get the result. An element by element wise operation gives you that result, the final tray. So one more time, it looks like we are multiplying a cup with a tray. Here's a cup we are multiplying with a tray, but behind the scenes, it's creating a tray. Numpy is creating a tray and doing the element by element wise operation. Why data and once taken for add and sub? Okay, we'll see the application of that in the coming up days, Niharika. We'll try to understand where this kind of principles are used, but at a slightly academic level, these are some of the principles that we need to keep in mind, and so on. When we have lots of data and things like that, we use this kind of principles there. Okay. How to perform? Okay, we'll also look at that, Lavanya. Let me cover a few more. So let's see what is happening here, guys. So one more time, little bit of slicing and dicing going on here, and let's see what is this one. So take a look at this. A tray, 3 cups. Data of 0, you're asking it, hey, give me the first cup. So that data of 0 is referring to the first cup. Data of 1 is referring to second cup. Data of 0 to 2. So remember, left-hand side index is inclusive, right-hand side index is exclusive. What is 0 to 2 for Python is 1 to 3 for us. But when you ask Python, give me 1 to 3 cups, you say, hey, here's a cup 1, cup 2, cup 3. If you say, give me the cups from 1 to 3, it is taking the first cup, it is taking the second cup. The mantra is left-hand side is indexive, right-hand side is exclusive. So it is stopping there. More precisely, what you do, what you visualize is, visualize this whole cup. This whole tray is getting copied. And let's say when you paste it, what it is doing is, it is putting back this cup here. Or in other words, only 2 cups. The entire thing is copied and pasted here, then it deletes this. Is another way to visualize that. So the mantra again is left-hand side is indexive, is inclusive and exclusive. Back here, 1 till nothing means till end. So the 1 is 2. 1 for Python is 2 for us, 2 till end. So it starts from the second one till the end is that one. One more time, inclusive and exclusive is something I will ask you to manually remember. Quick yes, please. Everybody okay with that? Okay, let's see. So this should be a bit more straightforward. You're asking the tray, give me the maximum, give me the minimum, give me the sum. As simple as that. When you say sum, it is taking all the 3 cups and putting them into 1. Straightforward. Quick yes, please. Okay with the slide. These are nothing but the functions is what you can think. Then now, gentlemen, ladies, here comes a little bit more, increasing the complexity.
I mean, try to say before topic once again, minimum, maximum.
Okay. Okay. So you're asking an array, give me the maximum, you're getting a 3. And similarly, the minimum, and let's say come back here. Similarly, the sum. So ideally, when you say maximum, it's choosing the maximum value and giving it to you. When you say minimum, it's choosing the minimum value, giving it to you. When you say sum, it's taking the three of them, adding them together. What is it? Ideally, behind the scenes, that's like a for loop. Okay, for loop, and you're adding it into what is one function call is like a for loop behind the scenes. But what do? You don't write 5 to 10 lines of code. You're just writing, you're just calling a function. There are lots and lots of functions like that. Thank you, Chandra. Okay. So now taking it to the next level in p.array. So notice now, guys, what's happening is we have, it looks like this is a tray. Visualize 2 cups inside that. Visualize 2 cups inside that. Now what is happening? These 2 trays are inside another big tray. That's a tray of 2 trays. What is that? That is a double dimensional array. Okay, if you notice 2 rows and 2 columns. So let's say we'll visualize this one. So imagine here's 1, here's 2, and let's say you put this here. So there is 1 and 2. Next you visualize, choose this one. Here's a 3, here's a 4. There's a 3 and a 4. And now you visualize a cup here. Now what you do, that's 2 trays. Take the 2 trays, put them in a big tray. This is a tray of trays. What is that? That is a double dimensional tray. That is also referred as a matrix. Cool, guys? So here is, let's say, we'll see if we can simplify this one. How about this one? We'll move it here. This is 1, 2. Here is 3, 4. And more precisely, you visualize this like this one. At a slightly visual level, at a slightly logical level, visualize it like that. It's a tray of 2 trays, a tray of trays. What is this? If I just move this a little bit here, and if I move this a little bit inside, okay. And now notice the outer, the dark blue one refers to that one. That's a tray. And this refers to the blue tray. And we'll move this a little bit here. And this refers to the green tray. Okay, so short and sweet here, that's a slightly deep one, maybe a slightly advanced one. For now, remember that as a tray of trays. Chandra, are you catching it, buddy? Ganesh, are you able to visualize? Okay, we'll call that as a double dimension because you're saying a tray of trays. Okay, here is another quick hint or help. Let's say, to think of it like this, guys. Here is the first tray, here's the second tray. And what you do, you take a third tray, choose this one. Oops, one more time, undo that. Say, come here, choose this one. You undo that. You take the 2 trays and you're putting in a tray. That's another way to visualize that. A tray of 2 trays, or more precisely, a tray of trays is what is. Now, visualize this one, guys. Increasing the complexity. Imagine I take this tray and I put it into another tray. This is a tray of trays. This is 3-dimensional. The yellow one is our 3rd dimension. The pink one is the blue 2nd dimension. The individual trays are the 1 dimension. Is what it is. That's a slightly more tough one. I'll take you there slowly. But that's a tray of trays. It's a double dimensional array, and it is also called a matrix. And tray of trays is going to be your friendly mantra for that, guys. Okay. So notice. Let's increase. Let's dig a little bit deep into it. Okay, np.once. Okay, so 3, 2, what you do is you visualize, let's say we'll create tray 1 here, tray 2 here, tray 3 here. It's like we created 3 trays. 2 columns is where you visualize 2 cups here. First cup here, second cup here, first cup here, second one, and so on. And then what you do, take this one, put that into another tray. So we say this is a tray of 3 trays of 2 cups. 3 trays of 2 cups is what it is. 3 trays are 3 rows, 2 rows. What are they? All of them are put in a green tray, in a big tray. That's a tray of trays. So what is that? That's a double dimensional array. That's a matrix is what it is. Okay, again, ones will plug in ones into each of these cups. Zeros will plug in a 0 into each of these cups. Random will plug in a random number into each of these cups. For you, at a slightly high level, it's a slightly tough one. I'm going to force you to remember. I'm going to force you to remember and say this is a tray of trays. It's two-dimensional tray. What is happening is there are 3 trays and 2 cups which are getting created. When you look at 3, 2, you have to tell yourself there are 3 rows and 2 columns at a slightly technical level. In a slightly friendly way, it's a tray. It's 3 trays and 2 columns. Notice the pink. Let's give it, let's say, choose this one. Oops, not that one. Choose this one. Let's give it a yellow. Let's give this maybe an orange. The pink and the yellow and the orange are 3 trays which are put in a green tray. Okay, so what is that? A tray of 3 trays. A tray of trays, one more time, is the mantra. A tray of trays is nothing but a double dimensional tray. Double dimensional array is one way to think of it. Quick yes, please. Now that's a slightly tough one. I'm going to manually ask you to remember. It will simplify many things in the coming up days, guys. Okay, so 1, 0 is random. We have looked at it now. Okay, now adding a few of them visually. 3 trays, 2 cups inside 1 tray. The 3 trays, after you put 2 cups inside them, Niharika, tell yourself as if you're putting them inside another big tray, another green tray. Catching it, Niharika. The 3 are acting like rows, the 2 are acting like columns. Rows and columns can be combined ones and zeros. Yes, we are coming there. I'm going to show you that. And okay, let's see, who is this one? Subbu, stick with me. Let me explain this. Let's see if you're able to catch that. So data is again 2 trays and 2 cups. So let's say, so we'll start with 2 trays, tray 1 and tray 2. What you do, oops, we'll give this blue and then choose this one, put that in a big tray. That big tray has 2 trays. Then again visualize, let's say tray 1, tray 2, visualize that in another tray. Okay, so what do we have? A tray. Green tray is a tray of 2 trays, black tray is a tray of 2 trays. What is happening is now, this is where a little bit of action is happening. Let's choose this one. Element by element wise operation. Visualize this cup is getting added to this cup, that is becoming a 2. 2 plus 1 is becoming a 3. Let's give this one. Okay, then 3 plus 1 is becoming 4. An element by element wise or matrix like operation is your mantra. Let's choose this one. Then come here, choose this one. 4 plus 1 is getting added to that one, that is 5. So what we are getting, okay, let's see, that is element by element wise, but let's say undo that one. Back here, get rid of this. And now what we'll do is we'll try to visualize it another way. Taking this cup, adding it here. What did I have in mind? I had something in mind, I lost it. But let's see, how about element by element wise operation? Everybody with me, guys, quick yes. Are you able to visualize that? Are you able to make sense out of that? Okay, as simple as that, back to school and things like that. In other words, what is this? This is an operation where we are adding a couple of arrays. What we are doing is that is really one line of code. We write multiple lines of code in other programming languages is something to be kept in mind. That is what they mean by Python is simple. Python is much more easier to understand. You get used to writing this kind of things. Imagine you have stocks data. This is day 1 stocks data. This is day 2 stocks data, and financial domain and things like this kind of operations will come to your rescue in big ways, in very, very big ways. What we write with one line of code, it acts like magic in real world, guys. Okay, you try to get the open price, the close price, high price, low price, and things like that. So each one is one column. You have matrix like data. You have double dimensional arrays and things like that. And we perform various kinds of arithmetic operations, the algorithmic trading strategies and things like that. At a fundamental level, at an academic level, are based on principles like this, is what happens in a real world, guys. That is just to give you an idea and things like that. So that is about that slide. Let's go one more step deep. Increase the complexity. Bear with me, guys. You want a lunch break right now? Let's see where we are, guys. I think we started at 12, buddy.
Yes, Naveen, but we have a session from 11 a.m. That's why we need a lunch break.
11? Didn't we have it from 12 buddy today?
Yes, in the training, but we had a earlier session from 11 to 12.
Oh, okay. Then I will give you a lunch break. Okay. So guys, go ahead, take a break. I will take a 45-minute break, guys. Hope that is okay. Thank you.
Naveen, we need 1 hour let's because of some work.
Oh, okay.
It's not sufficient.
Oh, okay. Okay, sounds good, guys. So 1:30, let's regroup by 2:30 and we'll continue the journey. Everybody okay with that? Okay, sounds good, guys. I'll pause my screen. You guys take a break and we'll regroup again. Thank you. Guys. Okay, guys. Good afternoon, everybody. Are you guys back? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Could you please type in the chat window? Great. Okay, there you go. So, okay, guys. Hope you guys had a good lunch and things like that. Let's continue the journey. And let's see where we are. Actually, a little bit of numpys. And let's dig a little bit deep, guys. A few more examples. Data plus one row. So back here, there it is. Start with data. Data is a two-dimensional array. 3 rows and 2 columns, so data is 3 by 2. And one row is only 1 row and 2 columns, 1 by 2 is what we have. And what are we doing? We are doing an addition operation here, guys. So what's happening is it is transforming it into the same number of columns. Ideally, 1 row, 2 columns behind the scenes numpy is transforming into 3 rows and 2 columns, 3 trays and 2 cups. And then it is performing the element by element wise operation. So it is basically transforming this one into the same shape. We call this as the shape of the rows and the columns. And then it's performing the element by element wise operation. 1 plus 1, 2 plus 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. And 2 plus 1 is 3. So let's say, get this out, clear this one more time. 1 plus 1 is 2. Next, 2 plus 1 is becoming 3. And if you continue the same element wise operation, what is slightly, which we may need to keep in mind, is the way it is transforming. Behind the scenes, it is transforming itself into the same number of dimensions slightly. From a NumPy terminology, it is slightly transforming into the same shape. This is what is called array-oriented thinking, guys. And this is array-oriented programming. This is something we need to be familiar with to work with NumPys. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Cool. Okay. And stay tuned into, stay logged in into your cloud and things like that, guys. Transforming is, it is changing the shape into something which is on the left. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys. How about now, Niharika? Is that any better? Is the voice better, guys? Niharika, Durga? Low voice, still low.
Navin, your voice is not clear.
How about now? Unable. Oops. How about now, guys?
It's very low, Navin.
Not yet. Strange.
Yeah, voice is too low, sir.
I have all the same settings, no change and things like that. Try one more time. Plugging it back. Is that any better, guys? Harshita, Praharsha, is that any better? Okay, Thakur says okay. How about others, guys? Okay, okay, just keep me posted, guys. Sorry about that. I don't know. Just no changes in the settings, but stick with me and let me know if it becomes a problem. Thank you, guys. So let's see. So the transforming, Niharika, transformation means NumPy is internally doing it. When you perform an operation, which we will do in a moment, it is automatically transforming itself into the same number of dimensions as that on the left-hand side, and then it is performing the element by element wise operation. Catching that, Niharika? Cool. Okay. So let's dig a little bit deep and see what we have. So there is a dot product back to school and things like that. So there you go. There it is. So there it is, 1 row, 3 columns. This is ideally, that's 1 by 3 matrix dimension. So as I said, matrix is a 2-dimensional array in Numpy terminology. Technically, you said something. Okay, stick with me now, Harika. I'll try to recall what you were referring to. So there it is, guys. Dot product. We're doing a 1 by 3 versus 3 by 2. The row versus column, I think, is what is happening here. And that is when we, let me go back here, adjust my thing. And what we are getting is 1 by 2. So what we are getting is 1 row and 2 columns is what the dot product is. So the dot is really ideally doing the dot product back to the school. And the dot product is AD minus BC, multiplying row with a column, each cell, things like that. I don't exactly have the formula in mind, but that is what is happening. It is powers of 10 is what we have, 110,000. So if we perform the dot product, that is the resultant we get. But let's see, there it is, see, the simplification of that. So sum of that is happening, and a sum of that is happening. That is what is the result coming up, guys. Okay, that is 100 is multiplied with 2. So 1 times 1, 1 times 100, 1 times 10,000, 1, 2, 3. So if we do an element by element wise operation, the first row is multiplied with first column. Okay, so back here, if we do a little bit of cleaning, this is multiplied with this is multiplied with this is multiplied with this. Then again, repeat the same thing. 1 is multiplied with 10, 2 is multiplied with 1000, and 3 is multiplied with 100,000 is what is happening. Okay, so 3 is multiplied with 100, and that is the resultant we're getting. It's 1 row and 2 columns. So slightly at a mathematical level, that's what is happening, guys. 1 row and 1 column. That's how it gets multiplied. Let's see if there's anything else. Okay, everybody okay with this, guys? I'm trying to simplify this a little further, but as far as I can simplify, all I can say is 1 column is getting multiplied with 1 row is what is happening. Slightly, if you go back to school and recall the dot product of multiplying a row with the column and a column with the row and things like that. So back to a little bit of slicing and dicing. This is what we mean. Slicing and dicing is a part where we are trying to extract a part of the data that we have. So here is the complete data. This is 3 trays and 2 cups in each tray. Back here, tray 1, tray 2, tray 3, 2 cups. So we'll say, put like that. So what do you say? If you say data 0, 1, you're saying I want the first tray, second column. So this is the first tray. Second column is, let's say, give it that one. And here is the second tray. And let's give something else here. Let's give a blue and maybe a yellow here. And then a pink tray with, let's say, a black cup and an orange. So now what are we saying? 0, 1 is translating to, it's like you're asking this tray of trays. Give me the second cup in the first tray. Or in the first cup, in the first tray, give me the second cup is what it translates to. This is nothing but when you're getting only a single object, this is called indexing. You're indexing and getting a single. But notice here, you're getting a group of things. 1, 3. Left-hand side index is inclusive. Right-hand side index is exclusive. If you recall, is our mantra. So 1 is 2. So from second tray till the third, which is the fourth tray, which means second and third. Second till fourth means 2 and 3. So what it is doing is, it's giving you the second tray. It's giving you, oops, choose this one more time. The third tray, and it stops there because we don't have a fourth tray and that is exclusive. That one is exclusive. That's what we are getting here. Then what we, so this is, here we're extracting only 1 cup. Here we are extracting 2 trays. And here we are extracting more. Let's see my window here, 0, 2 and 0. Make sure that is what I have. Chat window. Okay. Back here. Can you repeat? Oh, okay. So back here, let's cut this, clearing my screen. Okay, back to the first tray. Oops, here's another one. First tray, let's say here is the, we'll not use that. We'll use the green one. And we'll use the yellow one, 3 trays. So now what is this doing? As 0 to 2 means, notice when you have a comma here, we're talking only in terms of trays, not the cups. Here we are talking in terms of trays and cups. If you see a comma, you're telling the trays, I want trays and cups. Since there is no comma, it is only taking the communication in the form of trays. That's why it's giving you 2 trays. One more time, you see a comma, you're telling the matrix, hey, I want trays and columns. 0 to 2 means 0 is 1 and 2. So in other words, let's say we'll put this cup here, we'll put this cup here, and let's choose this cup here, this cup here, and let's put this one here and this one here. Now, 0 to 2 means it is picking up the pink one, the first one, and then it's picking up 2 trays. Visualize for a moment, it picked up 2 trays, but then we are saying 0 to 2 is 1 and 2, 0 and 1. 0 and 1 is 1 and 2, it picked up 2 trays. Now, it's saying I want the 0. 0 means first cup, which means that is going to be this cup and the first cup in this one. Or in other words, let's try to visualize it another way. Let's put back the trays. What this is doing is it comes here. It selects this tray, selects this tray, select this tray. Then you're extracting the first. 0 means give me the first cup. So now from here, pick up this one, put it here. Pick up this one, put it here. Oops, one more time. Pick up this one, put it here. And what is this? This is a single tray of 2 cups. Or in other words, there are 2 trays and one cup in each tray. It's like 2 rows is what it is acting as. Okay, guys, everybody with me? A little bit of array-oriented thinking, slightly deep, maybe slightly complex also, but a little bit of matrix-oriented thinking here. Quick yes, please. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's a slightly deep one, guys. We'll try to understand. So back to again the matrices. Where are we? We are asking the max, min, and the sum are nothing but the functions. They're acting like functions. So the max is extracting the maximum value 6, even in a 2-dimensional format. The matrix is extracting the last one. The minimum is extracting the minimum. So we visualize as if it is going to each cell. Ideally, in a programming point of view, you're writing a for loop and another for loop. That is 2 for loops, a nested for loop. Whereas here, it's just a simple function which is taking care of the 2 for loops. We haven't even talked about the for loops. And it is giving us these values. The sum is 21. So you take each cup and you add up all the cups. In these cups, it's taking the cup which is maximum. In these cups, it's taking the cup which is minimum, as simple as that. Quick yes, please. Suresh, Priyusha, Niharika. Cool. So there it is, guys. Max. Okay, now a little bit deep. Let's say, here comes another one. X is equal to 0. So a little bit of syntactical thing. From a syntax point of view, what is happening? So X is equal to 0 means it is performing column wise. It looks at each column. It looks at this column. It finds which one is the maximum and it picks up 5. So there it is. Then, let's say come here, choose this one. Look at the next column, pick up the maximum. That is what it is. So now these 2 cups, it's putting in a tray and giving you 2 cups. That is what the X is equal to 0 means. You're performing column-wise operation. Take a look at each column. Take a look at this column as 1 tray. Take this column as 1 tray. X is equal to 1 means it's picking up each tray, each row. Pick up the maximum. Then go to the next one, pick up the maximum. Then go to the next one and pick up the maximum. What is that? That is axis equal to 1. So we're getting 3 rows in 1 column. Pick yes, please. So what is slightly more from a syntactical standpoint that we need, that is something Python will force you to remember. When it says axis equal to 0, it is performing column-wise operation. When it is performing axis equal to 1, it is performing row-wise operation. Cool, guys? So what do you think is data.t, guys? What is t? What's happening here? Back to school, simple one. Give a thought. T is for transpose. It's transposing the rows and columns, as simple as that. Cool. Now here comes a big one. Reshape a slightly advanced and the complex one. Let's see if we can simplify it. Oh, sorry. Back here. And see what we have. So now here is the data 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is like actually 6 trays in 1 cup. So that we'll call that a 6 by 1. 6 by 1 is what is this? This is 1 dimension. It's like a tray of 6 cups in a way to think of it. This is a tray of 6 cups. Now what you're doing is you reshape means you transform this one into 2 trays and 3 cups. So let's say 2 trays and 3 cups means, let's see what's a more simple way of explaining this one. Let me come here. So, okay, cup 1, 2, 3 and a 4. And now this is like 6 by 1, 6 trays in 1 cup, or more precisely, this is actually or tray of 6 cups. Okay, or in other words, visualize like this, guys. You visualize something like this. Put this. This is a tray 1, 2, 3, and let's say you continue up to 6 cups here. Visualize. So what is this? This is a tray. When you say tray, Python is forcing us to remember it is 1 dimension. If you say it's a tray of trays, that is 2 dimension. If you say that's a tray of trays, that's a 3 dimension. That is something I will force you to manually remember. This is, visualize this one as a tray of single cups, which is 1 dimension. When you say reshape 2 and 3, what it is asking you is create 2 trays. When you say reshape 2, what you're doing is you're indirectly transforming. You're creating 2 trays, and notice this one. Let's say we'll put the first one here. We'll put the second one here. It is performing, it is going row wise. And let's say, give this, let's say a green, that is 6. This is 4 and a 5 and a 6. Now you take the 4 here, put it here, 5 here, put it here. And 6 here, put it here. So what is this? Now it won't stop here. What it is doing is it is actually putting these 2 trays into another tray. A tray of 2 trays, that is 2 dimension. So when you say reshape, what is happening is it is transforming, it is adding 1 more dimension to it at a mathematical level. It is converting a 1 dimension to 2 dimensions, is what we say. That is 2 trays and 3 cups in each one. Say reshape 3, 2. Now you visualize it's creating tray 1, tray 2, tray 3, 3 trays. Put all the 3 into a big tray. This is also 2 dimension. It's a tray of 3 trays with 2 cups. This is not 3 dimensions. This is also a matrix. It has 3 trays, but more precisely, it is adding 1 dimension. What if the data is not? That I will have to. I think we can play around with that. I don't exactly remember. It will take care of that, Lavanya. That's a good question. We'll play around. We'll try to get a feel of it in a moment. Catching it? Okay, so let's say come back here and see how many I got. Okay, I got one last one or two before we go on to the practicals of this. Let's also explore these things. So take a look at this, guys. What is this one? This is a big one. What are we doing? It's a tray of 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think the same thing we are explaining here. What's happening is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is what we have. No, this is a tray of trays. This is 3 dimension. Let's see if we can Understand this one? Come back here. So a tray is a big tray. That's a pink tray. And notice the dark blue and this one. This whole thing is one tray. In this one, we'll say this is one tray. We'll also add another tray. This is a tray of two trays. And inside this one, we'll say for the sake of simplicity, here is one tray. Here is one tray. At a slightly high level, this is how it looks like. But another way to visualize this is something like this. Take this one. This is 1, 2. Take this one. This is 3, 4. Take this blue one. We'll put this here. Or just to keep your visual clear, we'll put this one here. 1, 2 here. Put 3, 4 here. Take this one. Put this here. And visualize, oops, get rid of this one. Instead of that, we'll choose here. Put these two in one tray. Then what you do, you take 5, 6, put this here. Take 7, 8, put this here. Put this into another tray. Then what you do, come here, take this one, take this whole thing and put this. So what do we have? We have a tray of 2 trays. And each tray has 2 trays or trays. A tray of a tray of tray, this is 3 dimension. What this is this is 3 dimension. So here is the first dimension. This is like a second dimension. This is like a third dimension. This is again something I will ask you to manually remember. It's a little bit mathematical and things like that, but at a slightly visual level, that is what it is. Okay, so now let's see what we have here. So what is this one now? If we try to map this one to this one, what exactly is happening is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2 is here. 3, 4 is here. What is this one is? This is a tray of 2 trays, which means visualize this whole thing. Or let's say choose this one. Come here. This is one tray. This whole thing is one tray. This whole thing is one tray. And now choose this one. These two together are really in here. That's a tray. Repeat the same process. 5, 6, 7, 8 will be here. And let's say we need to choose, let's say this one. 5, 6 will be here. And somewhere here is 7 and 8. We'll put it like this. And what is happening? What is slightly not seen here is all these things are actually here. It is slightly, maybe technical or mathematical level, that is what is happening. A yellow tray with blue trays with pink trays. What is that dimension 1, 2, and 3? That is 3 dimensions. Catching it, guys. Everybody with me. Quick yes. That's a slightly tough one, deep one. You need to bear with me until I give you an example. Give me some more time. We'll try to simplify it. There it is, guys. NP.ones. Remember, ones fills everything with ones. Zeros fills everything with zeros. Random fills everything with random numbers. So 4 trays, 3 columns, 2 cups. This is 4 trays. One. So let's say that's 4 dimensions. 4 trays, 4 rows, 3 columns, 2 cups is what is happening. 2 dimensions. 4 trays, 3 columns, and this is 2 of them. Or in other words, let's say, come back here. Put this here. Choose this one. We have 4 trays. So in other words, we'll start with 2 cups. So let's say, let's start with 2 cups here for a moment. And you have 3 trays. 3 trays is, we'll choose this one. First tray, second tray, third tray. Each of the 3 trays have 2 cups. 4 trays, 3 columns are here, and 2 dimensions. 2 is the rank. 4 trays, 3 columns is what we have, 2 dimensions. Give me a moment, guys. 4 trays. So let's say 3 columns, 3 cups are coming up actually according to this one. Oops. 3 cups are coming up. And that's the first tray. Second tray, third tray, fourth tray. All of them will have ones. This whole thing is put in 1. So this is a tray of trays that will become 2 dimensions. 4, 3, and 2. That's a tough one, guys. I'm thinking myself. I'm thinking what is the 2, how to explain the 2. I do have it running in my mind, but I'm just trying to translate it so that it becomes easy for you to understand. That 2 is, I think, ideally what is called a rank, I think. But okay, what we'll do, we'll actually play with this and we'll try to get a feel of it, guys. Okay, before we go to functions, let's get into a little bit of the back to matplotlib. And let's come back here. Where were the numpys? Basics, lists. Here's the numpy. Back to numpy. Let's run this one. Okay, gentlemen, ladies, what is the problem here? TLT is not defined means what? Take a guess, guys. Maybe a slightly tough question, but I want you to give a thought. That is what is important, not the right answer. Give a thought. As simple as that. So in other words, what happened is, I think, since I'm getting back into this one after a while, the cache has cleared. We need to rerun some of the stuff here. So let's say here is matplotlib. Okay, here is X. And let's see. So again, NP is not defined. So in other words, because I gave maybe an hour or 2 hours back, we have run this, the memory has been cleared. Whatever it has opened earlier, the boxes, the tool boxes or packages have been cleared and they have been closed. So we need to rerun the import, something to be kept in mind. If you give 1 or 2 hours break and you come back, these imports need to be rerun. Your objects will be cleared out of memory automatically by Python, because that is a little bit of server memory management and things like that, keeping the server clear and things like that. So there is linspace, giving equidistant numbers, and that is matplotlib. So I come to the last one here. Let's run this one. Still, Y is not defined. Try this. Oops, sorry. Scroll up here. Thought I had run this. Control Enter. Run that. Okay. Run this one. Run this one. Port XY. Good. Okay. Now I will go all the way down. I don't need that one. Just for the sake of discipline, I'll run this one. We're good. So now let's get into a little bit of action and see what we have. So np.0 start with np.0s. So guys, as I'm trying this one, you also log in to your thing. Here and there, a few things I will ask you to execute along with me so that you're in tune with me and things like that, guys. Just be prepared. np.0, zeros is a function filling up a tray of 5 cups and filling up all the cups with the zeros. Remember, cups are our objects in Python. Okay, zeros is a function. Once, now notice, once is filling up once, but take a look at this. Here is twos. Notice what it says is NumPy has no attribute twos. We do have ones and zeros, but not twos. Okay, why? Because zeros and ones are binary. Twos, threes are not binary. If you really wanted to, what you can do is you can say, come here, say ONE, ones plus 1. That'll give you a 2. You can also copy this and say times 2. There it is. What's happening again is an element by element wise operation, vectorized operation. Catching it, guys? Pick yes, please. Cool, simple one. And there it is. So what is special about zeros and ones? Remember, they are binaries. That's why they are, you can do it with threes if you want to generate. Now, here comes zeros of 2, 2. That is 2 trays and 2 cups. A tray, this one, bigger one is a tray. Oops, one more time. Here's a tray, a big tray, which has 2 trays. 2 trays with 2 cups in each. Okay, and zeros is filling up with 0. So just for sake of discipline, one more time, I'll come back here. Put this here, put this here. A big tray, it's an outer tray. Fill it with 2 trays, or more precisely, think of it like this. 2 small trays. This is the first tray, this is the second tray. Put 2 cups in them. In the first one, repeat the same thing. This looks like it's a 2 by 2. Now what you do, put that inside a big tray. Put these 2 trays inside a big tray. So yellow tray of 2 blue trays. Okay, so what is happening is this yellow tray, this outer tray was earlier not there. And now what we are doing is we are adding these 2 blue trays into this one. That's what is happening. That is outer tray. Outer tray of 2 trays is what it is. Why are we getting 1 instead of 1? Why it's getting, oh, okay, my bad. Sorry about that. So take a look at this, guys. This 2 dot is nothing but 2.0, 2.0. Python, instead of its, think of it as if it's little lazy. What is 2.0? 2.0 is a decimal, which means Python is indicating that it is treating this as a ginger tea. What is ginger tea? Ginger tea is a decimal. Decimal is a float. So Python by default is generating floats, is what it is. 1 dot. Lavanya, Suresh, catching it, guys. By default, it's treating all the numeric data as ginger tea, which is decimals, when you're working with numpys. Cool. So that is what is happening. Let's repeat that. 2 trays and 3 cups. Let's see. Come back here. 2 trays and 3 cups. One more time. Back here. Start with the first tray. Fill up 3 cups. Start with the second tray. Fill up 3 cups. Then we'll put it in a large tray. That is actually 2 trays. So what do we have inside the pink tray? We have 2 trays and 3 cups. That is what this is telling you. There are 2 trays and 3 cups. Where are they? They're inside a big tray. That pink is that pink. And 2 is the yellows. 3 is the cups inside it. For the sake of simplicity, let's say I'll visualize it like that. The greens are the 3. Yellows are the 2. Quick yes, please. Okay, let's say come back here. NP wants 2 trays and 2 cups. One more time. Let's say 2 trays, 2 cups. So back here, snap it, put this. Start with this one. Just put tray 1, tray 2, 2 cups. 1, 2, 1, 2. Now, what do you do? Now take these trays, put them in a new big tray. That's actually 2 pink trays and 2 blue cups. 2 pink trays and 2 blue cups is being put in 1 big tray. That is how a tray of trays, 2-dimensional. Okay, another way is when you look at those brackets, that is 2-dimensional. If you have 2 of them there, that is 2-dimensional. Have 3 of them, that is 3-dimensional. Okay, so take a look at this. NP wants 2, 2, 2. You're multiplying with the 2. Cloud link again. Oh, okay. So you multiply with, so what is happening? NP once is giving you all the ones, filling up with ones. You multiply an element by element wise operation. Behind the scenes, what we are doing is, remember, so let's say come back here. If you recall, what happens here is, start with this one. So visualize a tray, another tray. Let's put 2 cups. Cup 1, cup 2, cup 3, cup 4. And then what do you do? Put that, let's say in another tray. Let's use this one. This is what we have on the left-hand side, which is nothing but this one, np.once. Now what you do here, we have another cup. Let's use this one. Here's a cup, which means you're multiplying between these 2. Come here, choose this. You're doing a multiplication between these 2. So when you multiply cup with a tray of trays, what is happening behind the scenes is, here is what is happening. First, this is getting transformed into something like this, into the same shape as this one, which means visualize cup 1, cup 2, and let's put another cup. Now put 2 trays and put these things in a big tray. Notice the shape of this is exactly, the shape and the dimension is exactly a tray of 2 trays of 2 cups. So what do we have? We have 2 here. So visualize the 2 filled up in every cup. Then what happens is your 1 is getting multiplied with 2 and 1 is getting multiplied with 2. And what you get is that one. Something slightly deep or something manually we need to remember or understand is Numpy is taking care of this transformation. When you multiply an array or a matrix with a cup, this is what Numpy is manually doing. That is something we need to explicitly keep in mind, manually keep in mind. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Cool. Okay. So again, these are array-wise operations, matrix-like operations, and P dot ones, 2 trays and 3 cups. 2 trays, 3 cups is what is story developing here. And 2 trays and 3 cups, put them in a big tray. That's a tray of 2 trays or a tray of trays that is 2-dimensional, is another way to think of it. One more time, Niharika, did you catch that? It's 2 trays and 3 cups. So you put these 2 trays inside another tray, then it becomes a tray of 2 trays. That is 2-dimensional. Catching it, Niharika? Okay. Let's say, don't need that here. Okay, now, gentlemen, ladies, increasing the complexity. But before we increase the complexity, let's say, can anybody come online who's logged into the cloud and things like that, guys? We'll try to see if we can run 1 or 2 examples or samples. Let's see, put in the chat window, guys, if any one of you. Let's see, let's find Ganesh. Let's see, where is he? Ganesh Parepalli. Okay. Here he is. Okay, I'm going to make you the co-host. So you should get a request, buddy. I'm going to stop the share. Share your screen, accept the request and share the screen. And let us know, Ganesh, if you got it. Pardon me. Sorry, let me see. I was on, my speaker was on mute. I don't know if he was talking. Ganesh, can you unmute yourself? Open your video if you can.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. See if you want to open up your video. No problem. If you, oh, there you go. Let's see who's Ganesh like. Is he Junior NTR, guys? What shall we give him?
No, sir.
Beard means Junior NTR or maybe Allu Arjun. How about that, guys?
Am I visible, sir?
Yeah, you're visible, buddy. Okay, share your screen, buddy. Have you shared it, Ganesh?
1 minute, sir. 1 minute.
You should. Okay, there you go. Progress. Good. Okay. Okay. Execute that, buddy. You can do Shift Enter, Ganesh.
1 minute, sir.
Put your cursor in the cell and do that. Shift Enter. Okay. So what do you think is the problem, Ganesh?
NP is not defined, sir.
Good. So what do you do?
Here, mal.
You can look at the chat window for help.
Import numpy as num.
Okay. So how do you do that?
We import num.
Where do you do that? Tough question, buddy. You don't have to feel guilty. Look at your friend's hints. Cool. Copy that one. Import numpy as NP. There you go. Or just type in there. Still wondering? Feel free to ask us. Feel free to ask for help. Learn to ask for help.
Ganesh, you can type down.
Good guys, help him out.
Type import numpy as NP.
Say
Okay.
your name before you talk and help guys.
Ganesh, this is Suresh. Can you go with escape DD? Okay, you are going like this.
Take your time, Ganesh. Don't feel bad. Don't feel guilty. You take your time. I'm going to give you a few minutes. But follow your friends.
Ganesh, clear that.
First type import numpy. Clear that first. Total clear that.
Space numpy. PY. NUMPY.
Something. Say okay.
Space as NP.
S NP.
As shift enter.
Just
Very good. Sportsmanship, teamwork.
NP. PP.
Shift enter. No.
What were you doing earlier, Ganesh? If you recall.
First type import numpy, then again type import numpy as NP.
Shift enter. Go to the cell and shift enter.
In the next cell.
Zeros, number of zeros 5.
So second cell lo Ganesh, second cell lo Rahul పంపించాడు కదా np.zeros, copy that one, or you can type it. Zeros, okay, shift enter. What is the problem?
In function or method object is not subscribable.
Brackets, Ganesh.
Compare the code which was sent to you by Rahul.
Brackets.
Pair brackets కాదు.
Good.
Use open bracket.
Use parenthesis.
Okay.
చాట్ బాక్స్ నుంచి కాపీ చేయి బ్రో.
Okay, sir.
Good. Okay. Now
Yes, sir.
I'm sending you some code now, Ganesh. Try
Okay,
that
sir.
one. Okay. So what is the difference between array and matrix, you think, Ganesh? Any idea? Slight question. If you're looking at the cells, from the cells, what can you say?
Arrays.
Okay, when you say np.zeros, notice it says array, it has a single bracket. Whereas when you say matrix, notice it has double pair brackets. So when you have a single bracket, that is one dimension. When you have
Yes,
two
sir.
brackets, that's two dimension.
Yes, sir.
Okay, when it is
Yes,
one
sir.
dimension, we're calling it as a tray of cups. When you have
Yes,
two
sir.
brackets, we are calling it as a tray of trays.
Yes,
Here,
sir.
matrix is a tray of a single tray of 3 cups.
Yes,
Catching?
sir.
As simple as that.
Okay,
Okay,
sir.
now stick with me here. I'm going to probably stress you a little bit. I'll send you another code. And let's see. Let's say copy this one. Okay, try that one. Cool. Good one. So what is this one, Ganesh?
Same, sir.
You should say it's a matrix.
Yes, sir.
So we have one array, and array 1 is one matrix, array 2 is another matrix, as simple as that. But
Yes,
here
sir.
comes a big one, tough one. Oops. Okay, now try this one. While Ganesh is trying this, you also please try to give a try, guys. It will be helpful for you.
Answer.
So now this is a very tough one actually I gave you, Ganesh, but give a friendly attempt or a friendly try. Think for a moment. For 1 minute, I want you to think. After 1 minute, I will ask others to help you. So everybody give a thought, guys. What is going on here? But don't tell now. Let Ganesh think for a moment and give me 1 moment, Ganesh. I want you to think.
Here we adding both matrices, sir. Here we displaying both arrays side by side.
Sorry about that, guys. So, okay, there you go. Let's see, Ganesh. Can you try to explain what is going on?
Here we printing horizontally, sir. Horizontally we print, sir. Then it will be printed as side by side.
It's printing side by side. Okay.
Or else we give by vertical append, it give vertically, sir. What are the rest we printed in the first?
Okay, you have already done the V stack. Okay, very good. It means that try at last. Okay, head stack versus V stack. Okay, good answers coming up there. Good one, good try. Okay, so let me see if I can simplify that a little bit. Let me share my screen for a moment one more time. And Ganesh, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so stick with me, guys. So let's say there is array 1. Let me run all the 3 at one time. Back here, back to Numpy. Let's run this. So there you go. And now, bring up this one. Okay, so first tray, 3 cups. Second tray, 3 cups. And the first tray also is inside another tray, which is like a 2-dimensional. So let's say that's a 2-dimensional tray. Let's also put another 2-dimensional tray. So both of them are 2-dimensional. For sake of simplicity, I'll put this here. We'll put 4, 5, and 6 here. And for the sake of simplicity, let's take this one. So here is 1, 2, and a 3. We'll also put, let's say, a 4. We'll skip 5. We'll put 6 here just for space. When we do a horizontal append, visualize what is happening is something like this. It's taking up this tray. It goes and takes up this one. It takes up this one. When you move the tray, all the cups are moving. So in other words, it's putting it horizontally. So imagine or visualize for a moment, something like this is coming up. And let's say, we'll put it somewhere there for spacing. We'll put here. And now what you do, if you join these two, oops, let's say, let's move this one here. Oops, one more time. Here we go. If you move it on, notice they have become one tray, and this is horizontal append. So in other words, one more time, if I were to put them back at a slightly mathematical level or a slightly technical level, oops, select this one, oops. Just give me a tough time. Put it here, select this, put it here. So what is it doing? Well, it's putting the items horizontally. So there it is. So sorry. So there it is. Drag it horizontally, and you visualize the cups are moving and getting them together, and now put them into a cup. That is horizontal stacking. Ganesh, okay, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's see. We'll also visualize for a moment. Here's a vertical stack. Run it. So now what's happening is we put these things together. So blue tray, pink tray, vertical stack is you take this one. More precisely, you take this one. Put 1, 2, 3 here, visualize 1, 2, 3. Put 4, 5, 6 vertically below it. And then put them in a tray. So, which means if you come here, oops, one more time. If you come here, discard it. So, okay, this looks like it's displaying like this one. So notice the big one outer tray. That's an outer tray, and inside, and we'll close it here. If you come back here, this whole thing is 1 on the top. Below it is 4, 5, 6. This 4, 5, 6 is printed here, but ideally it is here. And this one, back to yellow, is actually like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that is V stack. We are calling it as a stack like operation and things like that. Stack is when you go to buffet, you have a stack of plates. You take one on top of you take one on the top and you stack them up, stack them down. and things like that. So that's how you can visualize that. Helping Ganesh, that's a slightly tough one, but Ganesh, is that helping you, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay. Another, maybe share your screen one more time, please. Oh, I think I need to stop my thing. Okay. I stopped my thing. You can share your screen. Okay, I sent you the code. Copy that, run that. Run that. Okay. So what is going on here, Ganesh? Explain me in your words. Just give a try.
Here we printed vertically, sir.
1 minute, buddy. Are you able to explain, Ganesh? Okay, array 2D1. The first object's name is array 2D1.
Yes, sir.
Does it ring a bell? Does it remind you of something? It is a tray of two trays. The first object, array 2D1, is a tray of two trays. It's two-dimensional. The second one is also two-dimensional tray. Catching it, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now, let's say I sent you another one. And I sent another head stack one. Copy that one. And execute that, please. So after that, I sent another one. I sent a head stack code.
Okay, 1 minute, sir.
Sounds coming there. Is your internet slow or something, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now give a try and explain. Try to explain in your words. That's a tough one. This is a very tough one, but just give a try.
Here 2 arrays we take, sir. Then above that, here we printed as a horizontally by using the stack vertically. Here we printed as horizontal. 4, 5, 6.
Guys, try to help Ganesh here for a moment.
In array D1, the first cup and array D2 first cup will be printed first, sir. Then second will be displayed as second one.
Okay, you're almost answering it. Okay, try VStack, change that code to VStack.
Okay, same code, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Try it in a new cell. Don't modify that cell.
Okay, sir. Just vertical, sir.
Okay, now try to explain one more time, Ganesh.
Here, vertically displaying, sir, as first we displayed as a 2D1, then vertically displayed as a 2D2. In before that, the first area of array 2D1 and 2D2 displayed. Second 2D1 and 2D2 will be displayed as a vertically, sir. Here, see, first it will be displayed as a whatever it in D1 and second whatever it in D2.
Good one. All cups are printed in vertical format. Okay, good one. So one more time, let me try to explain it from my side and see if you get this. Ganesh, are you seeing my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So imagine something like this, buddy. What you have here is, there is one tray. Oops. Let's say, put one tray here, 2 cups, another tray, 2 cups here. And then wrap it around another tray. Blue tray with 2 pink cups. Below that, okay, is also another blue tray. Put 2 pink trays inside that. Let's say come here. This is the first tray. This is the second tray. And so we'll separate this a little bit. Okay, when you do head stack, what is happening is it goes to each of the trays. It goes to this tray. What is the, so now take a look at this. Ganesh, see if you're able to answer this question, buddy. Let me put first cup here. Let me put second cup here and third cup here and fourth cup here. Now, when you go to the blue tray, and if I were to ask you, give me the first item, what would you give me? What is the first item in the blue tray?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. So guys, try to help Ganesh. I'm going to the blue tray and I'm asking him, give me the first item. What is the first item? Anybody?
1.
1, 2.
In terms of colors, I'll give you another hint. So let's say I will choose, let me get rid of this one, get rid of this one here for a moment. Let's say, okay, and now I'll move the 3 here and I'll move the 4 here. Now tell me, you go to the blue tray and I'll ask you, give me the first item.
1, 2.
More precisely, guys.
1, 3, 1, 3.
The first item is the pink tray. You're going to give me the pink tray. Put it here. The second item is not the cups. When you take the item, when you take the tray, the cups are going with it. Visualize that. The second is going to be that one. What is that? You put that horizontally, that is head stack. Sorry, let me put this back here. Let me put this. So the first item here is 1, 2. Then you go to this blue. What do you have? One more time, you have pink on the top. Let's say we'll keep this also yellow. And what is this one? Here is the pink. That is 5, 6. Then, so what is this one? This is, what we'll do, we'll put this 1, 2, 5, 6 is becoming one tray. Then what you do, take the second item here. That is 3, 4. Then take the second item here, which is 7, 8. And what is that one? That is going inside another tray. So in other words, if you move this tray here, what you have is 3, 4, 7, 8 is coming up. So now what Python is doing or Numpy is doing is delete this one. Delete this one. It looks like you have 2 trays. Wrap it around, let's say this one. That is what Numpy is doing. It has moved the item for the blue. What is slightly important here is when you ask the blue tray, what is your first item? It is not the green cups. It is not 2 cups. It is the pink tray which was there. That is the first item. Then it had a yellow tray. Oops, what is that? The yellow tray was here. The yellow item The second item is the second one. Similarly, for the second blue tray also, it was the pink tray was the first item, followed by the second yellow tray was the second item. Everybody catching the point, guys. A little bit of programmatic thinking. There's a little bit of array-based thinking and forcing it on you. Catching the point, guys. When you move the tray, you visualize as if the cups are moving. Quick yes, please. Ganesh, are you catching it, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, I'm going to force you to do that. And we have looked at the V stack. Then come back here. Now, let's see. Ganesh, you have to forgive me, buddy. Unknowingly, I'm giving you slightly tough tasks here. But let's say print array 1. And I'm going to send this to you. Let's say, put it in the chat window. Now, I'm going to stop my share. Share your screen again, please. Ganesh.
Okay, sir.
Execute that. One more time. Check your chat window, buddy. I sent you 2 code snippets. Good one. I sent another snippet just now. Oh, you copied the whole thing. Okay. Explain me, Ganesh.
Here 2 trays we have, sir. Array 1 and array 2. Here we're using horizontal appendix, sir. Then it will print it as side by side. 1, 2, 3.
So it printed 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's see. So in the matrix, in the first matrix, what is the first item?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Simple as that. Or more precisely, it is the tray. It is that array, which is
Yes,
the first item. So it is taking the first tray from the array 1
Yes,
and
sir.
taking the first tray from the array 2, and then it is putting them side by side horizontally because that is head stack. Catching it, Ganesh?
Yes, sir.
And then they two are becoming one tray, buddy. That's a slightly deep one, slightly tough one. I'm not sure you'll understand, but I'll try to explain is what is happening here. But in the next cell, execute the V stack. Another big one, another tough one. Good. You can give a capital V, but that's okay. See what is the problem. Scroll. What's error? What does it say? Read the error message, Ganesh. You can read it out loud, but read there, Ganesh.
Yes, sir.
What do you think is the problem? That's a tough question, guys. Can anyone try to help Ganesh? That's a tough one.
In array 1 and array 2 has repeated, sir.
Array 1 and array 2 has repeated. Good answer.
Somewhat repeated.
Okay, one answer. Any other answers? Any other thoughts, guys?
Both are not same matrices. Same size of matrices.
Very good.
Yes,
Who's that?
that's what I
Lavanya?
was saying.
Is it Lavanya or Navya?
Lavanya.
Lavanya. Okay, good one. So in other words, in the first one, we have a tray of 4 cups, and in the second one, we have a tray of 3 cups. When we are doing vertical append, okay, let me put your scroll up your screen a little bit, buddy. Scroll. Wait there. Okay. And now let me come here. Let me take a snap of this, put this here, and back to, I'm going to share it again. Share it again. So there is Ganesh.
Sir.
Oh yeah, that is Ganesh screen is what it is. So what is happening is, so here is a pink tray. It is inside. Back to our terminology, a tray with a single tray is what is happening. Similarly, that is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now let's say, let's create another tray here. And in this tray, on the left-hand side pink tray, there are 4 cups. In this one, there are 3. When we do a horizontal append, guys, what's happening is it takes this 4 cups come here, puts it here. Then it takes 3 cups, it's putting here successfully, no problem. But when you do a vertical append, okay, what it is doing is it has taken this, oops, it took this one, visualize as if it is putting here. Now, when it is trying to put here, this is where we're getting an error. It is saying, it is indicating, hey, there are 4 cups here, whereas I have only 3 cups here. It's kind of trying to do an element by element wise sync here, or do an element by element wise check, and it is saying the number of cups are not matching in this one, so I'm not able to do that. Is what it is. Now we can go into the linear algebraic aspects of it, but that is not really required at this stage. But that is a quick idea that I'm giving it to you. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. More importantly, what I want you to understand is, in the blue cup, the first item is not the cup, the first item is the pink tray. The pink tray has, remember, cups inside it. There is the green cups, but the cups are not the items for the blue tray. The cups are the items for the pink tray. For the blue tray, it is the pink tray which is the item. Similarly, there are cups here. There are 3 cups here. And for the blue tray here also, remember the item, the first item is the pink tray and not the cups. It is in the context. It is in the, and what is context, we'll also try to understand that in a bit here. Ganesh, okay, buddy?
Okay, sir.
Good boy. Okay. So now let me come back here to my screen. VStack, we've looked at it. So there is error. And so now take a look at this, guys. Back here. So here is the first one, second one. This is what Ganesh tried. In this one, we'll get an error. Back to the cloud. Okay. So horizontal append, no problem. But when it is doing the vertical stack, it is giving us a problem. So what we'll do is, take a look at this. Array 3 will put 4 cups in this tray, and then we'll perform VStack. Okay. Perform VStack. Now notice no problem. 1, 2, 3, 4 is getting picked up in the first one. Let's say, where is this one? 1, 2, 3, 4. That whole tray, this whole tray is taken. It is putting on the top, and below that, the 4, 5, 6, 7. It doesn't complain when the number of cups are same. That is again just a confirmation that is VStack is expecting the same thing. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Okay. And where were we? Where are we? We started somewhere. Okay. So shall we take a short 5 to 10 minute break, guys? Everybody okay with that? Okay. 3:46 is what it is. So let's say. Okay. Oops. Pardon. Let's take a short 10-minute break here, if it's okay with everyone. 3:46. So 3:56, 3:55. Let's join at 3:55. 5 minutes before 4, guys. Sorry about that. Guys, are you back? Could you please type in chat window if you're back, guys? Great, thank you. Sorry about the delay, guys. So let's get started. And let's move on to the next topic, guys. Let's see where we are. Okay. So functions. So what is a function, guys? The function can be thought of like a mixie. What is a mixie, guys? A mixie is something which takes. Okay, so let's say come here. So you give the input, gives you the output, the juice is output, and the raw vegetables and fruits are the input is what it is. And what is happening? The mixie is doing the complex thing. We're not doing the complex thing. Functions do the complex things. It could be the business logic, it could be the analytics logic, or whatever it is, algorithmic logic and things like that. That's what functions do. At a slightly high level, what you do is when you turn on or turn off a mixie, we are performing, we're using it at a slightly high level is what it is. We are not doing the low level work. That's how it can be thought of. Okay, so in other words, that is the friendly mantra of a function. We have functions such as min, mean, max, round, and things like that. We are here to look at some more functions. These are all functions. What they're doing inside, whether they're using a for loop, a nested for loop, or other kinds of operations, they're shielding it. They're hiding it from us. When you drive a car, what happens, guys? Inside, you sit in the car, you turn the key, and what is happening is the petrol is getting converted to electricity. So that's like a function, is what it is. Okay. This is probably not related to this one, but let's dig a little bit deep into the functions. Functions is nothing but we can think of a group of lines of code. When we have to execute a group of lines of code, that's when we can wrap it around in a function. And we'll look at an example. We have already looked at a print function. We already looked at other functions. These are all built-in functions which are given by Python. Okay. And what do we do when we define a function or when we create a function? We need to run it. To run it, you need to call it. The functions which we would be creating, we're yet to create functions, which is what we will look at. They're referred as user-defined functions. But the functions provided by Python are referred as built-in functions. Functions can return a value or they can keep the value. In other words, they can just perform an execution and they need not. It is not a must that they return a value. Again, we look at an example. A slightly advanced concepts are referred as anonymous functions or lambda functions. It's probably a better time is to actually show you an example. So I won't go much into the theory of it. Anonymous functions are generally one-liners, one-line functions. They're short and sweet functions. Most of the times it's good practice. In real world, when we have to write some very, very short functions, we use anonymous functions or lambda functions. We can pass multiple arguments. You can also have a function inside a function. They're also referred as decorators and things like that. Slightly advanced concepts, guys. Okay. So before we move on to dictionaries, let's come back here. Let's take a quick example. So here is Mera Bharat Mahan. This is a built-in function back to the cloud. And let's say this is Numpy. Let's say come here. Say file, new. 0203. We'll call this as tm_04_ functions. Cool. Okay. So here is a simple built-in function, which is a print. Print is printing, as simple as that, nothing complex there. Mera Bharat Mahan. But let's say we have to print it a few times, maybe 10 times, maybe 20 times. What do? We're repeating the code. The same line of code is repeated again, 10 or 20 times. It is not a big problem. It is not complex. You can just copy paste it. But the problem is if somebody asks you to print Mera Bharat Mahan 1 million times, or maybe 10 million times, that's when the problem arises. Everybody with me so far? Quick yes, please. So Because we are repeating the same line of code again and again, what do? That's why we bring in a function. So visualize what we do. Back to, we'll start with, we'll take the code. Come here, print Mera Bharat Mahan. Now, notice what we'll do. We'll say def for definition or define, and say greet. Okay, put a colon, then press enter. When you press enter, notice there is a space, 4 spaces. This is referred as indentation. The Jupyter Notebook or the Python is automatically providing that indentation here in the next line. Okay, so now what you do, shift enter. What happens? There it is. What is this? This is called defining a function. After you define a function, you need to call it. When you call it, you run it. There is Mera Bharat Mahan. Okay, so a couple of things to be kept in mind when we define a function. Copy this, come here. Is notice, if you don't give the indentation, the tab, you run it, it will give you an error. It calls Python. The compiler is saying this is an indentation error. Or you give the indentation, you don't give the colon, it gives you an error. Again, compiler is catching and saying, hey, something is wrong. In other words, Python is forcing 2 things when you define a function. This is more of a syntactical thing. You provide the colon, and then you also provide the indentation. Everybody with me, quick yes, please. Suresh, how are you doing, buddy? Are you doing okay?
Naveen, sorry.
Suresh, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Guys, are you able to run any of the code that while earlier Ganesh was able to run? Have any one of you tried running any of the code accessing the cloud notebook and things like that?
Yes, Naveen.
Subbu, good. Vidya, good to know. Here and there, keep giving a try. I'll anyhow share the code. You try it one more time later at home and things like that. But while I'm here, if you also try, you can also shoot me any questions you may come across and things like that. And if you come across any problem, others may also have that problem. So if I clear it for you, it may also clear for others. So it's going to be a little bit of teamwork, and that's a good one, guys. Okay. So okay, let's see what's happening. Explain once again. Okay, so short and sweet, Ganesh, if you're asking about this one, here we have not given the indentation. Python catches you. It says, no, something is not right. It says it's an indentation error. It's not able to find that. Here we have given the indentation, but we have not given the colon. So what do? Well, you give the colon. When you define a function, you give the colon. You also give the indentation for the next line. Why should we give, and what does that mean? I'm about to explain. But just in case if you are asking about that, that is what it is. Okay, buddy? Okay. So let's come back here. Take a look at this. Greet. Now, this is greet. But let's say here is greet. Let's select it a few times. Now, notice Mera Bharat Mahan has been printed 10 or 20 times. But what is the problem in printing Mera Bharat Mahan 10 or 20 times, guys? It's a slightly confusing question. Can anybody try to answer what is the problem here? What could be the problem here? Let's see. Can anybody come online quickly?
Yes, Naveen.
We need to print
volunteers?
10 or 20 times function.
How about girls? Girls have been silent. Praharsha, you're the last one here on my list. Would you like to come online? Anybody else? Okay, Praharsha, very good. Okay, let's try to find Praharsha. See where it is. Can you unmute? Here is Praharsha. Ask to unmute. And let's say,
Sound it, mommy.
you can also open the video for a moment. Just show yourself, say hello to your friends and things like that. A friendly spirit. No pressure. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Good, Lokesh. So while Praharsha, oh, sorry, I think I'm unmuted. Ah, there you go. I am muted.
Yes, sir.
Ah, good, Praharsha. Okay, good. Good to hear your voice. And let's see what I was asking. Okay, so, okay, the answer is already there. But what do you think is the problem here, Praharsha?
Sir, can you repeat once again?
What is the problem here in these greets?
We need to print it's 10 to 20 times.
Good. So in other words, if we have to print Mera Bharat Mahan 10 or 20 times, you can copy paste it. But again, if you have to do it 100,000 or 10,000 or 1 million times, copying and pasting is ridiculous.
Yes, sir.
As simple as that, all right? So
Yes, yes.
what we do, come here, greet. And let's see, here's a slightly tough question, Praharsha. What do you think is this function doing?
It will greet only 5 times because as if we mentioned 5.
Good answer. And what is happening in this function? Tough question. Cool. Simple answer, we're using a while loop.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes. While loop we are using here.
Okay. What do you think is this small n?
It's a number 5.
Number 5, it is short and sweet, it is input.
Yeah.
What is input? I'll see if I can give you a hint here. Let's say go back here. Back here. What is input? Still thinking? It is the vegetables and the fruits. Cool?
Yes.
What is output?
Mera Bharat Mahan here.
How about now? What is output?
Here it's juice.
That is output. Cool?
Yes.
Very good. So you give the vegetables and the fruits as input, you get the juice as output. We're using while loop.
Yes,
Now,
yes.
imagine in a slightly friendly way, we'll say a function is like a house. What is happening inside a function is a group of lines of code which is getting executed. So imagine I equals to 0. What do you think is this I equals to 0 mean, Praharsha? What's happening in that step? Praharsha, one more time.
Yes, sir.
What's happening in that line?
Here we are adding, sir. I mean,
Visualize we're creating an object. The object is I and you're putting it inside it. Okay, what does the equal to operator tell you? What is that called?
It's equals to. It's an operator.
So in other words, in a computer science world, we're doing an assignment there.
Assignment.
So what is while loop? Tough question. Simple answer, while loop is while loop. Okay, Praharsha?
Yes, sir. It's iteration. I mean.
Good. Good answer. Another good answer. So let's see. So here, the first step, but before going into the house, what we did was, we said greet n is 5. Okay, what is 5? 5 is n. What is n? N is input.
Input.
Is argument. So in other words, imagine or visualize for a moment. Here is a cup. The condition is to get into this house, you need to come with a cup and there is some value which needs to be there. So the green cup is n and the blue cup is I. And now what we are doing is while I is less than n, what is the meaning of that, Praharsha? Tough question.
I think it's input less than number of iterations are less.
Good. So in other words, you're checking is 0 less than 5.
Yes, sir.
Cool. So is 0 less than 5? Is 0 less than 5? 0 is less than 5. True, right? So if it is true, what is happening is you're going inside. So what is while loop? Think of it as a room inside the house. If that condition is true, if 0 is less than 5, we are going inside the room. And then let's say, for the sake of simplicity, we say we print Mera Bharat Mahan. So somebody is shouting Mera Bharat Mahan. They go into their room and they say Mera Bharat Mahan, right? When we go into the room inside our house, generally what do we do? When you go into the rooms, when you entered your house, you go into the room. What do you say? Generally, let's say your mom and dad are there. What do you do? You don't want to say, do you? You'll say, Amma, is there some tea? Amma, some coffee. Don't you? Good. So here, whoever this guy is, he's saying Mera Bharat Mahan. So what is print? Print is nothing but we're executing it. And what is it? Well, that's what that is. Then I equals to I plus 1. What do you think this step means, Praharsha? Tough question. Increment. Good one. Slightly from a computer science standpoint, we're incrementing. Visualize. You take this cup. Oops, one more time. You take this cup inside the room. You are adding a 1 here. You're adding a 1 here. Okay, now after the 1 is done, you go back to the beginning of the room. And what is it? That is where the while loop was there. And then what do you do? Now the blue cup has 1 and the green cup has 5. Now you're again repeating the operation. What is it? 1 is less than 5, which is a true. What is that? That is what is while. In a way, I'm not going to explain too much about while now, guys, but I'm just giving you a quick idea. Here, one more time, we are checking a condition that 1 is less than 5. So since it is true, one more time, visualize we are going into the room. We're going to again say Mera Bharat Mahan. So what is it? When 0 is less than 5, you said Mera Bharat Mahan. 1 is less than 5, Mera Bharat Mahan. 2, say. 3, 4, say. But when I becomes 5, 5 is not less than 5. So what you do, you come out. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. So this is a slightly high level idea of what our function is. We'll revisit the while and things like that is what it is. For now, what we did was we created we took a cup inside, we took a green cup inside, we had a blue cup, we created a blue cup inside. Then we are constantly checking and seeing if the blue cup is greater than the less green cup and things like that is some of the steps we have done. Yeah, I'm going to repeat this maybe 10 or 20 times in the coming up hours, Subbu. So stick with me. This is just a touch of it. Okay, so now that's a touch of function, but let's see if I can give you maybe another one. Let's see. Okay, about let's say, okay, no, okay, I'll leave it here. Let's come back to another one. So that is the story of grade 10. Now take a look at this, guys. Here is grade 10. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put my cursor here. I'm going to say shift tab. Notice it brings up something like this. In Jupyter, Jupyter is giving you the documentation. Notice the doc string. The doc string is nothing but it's generally a short and a sweet documentation about a function. In other words, imagine Subbu. Subbu wrote this function. Later, let's say Vishweshwari comes and looks at this function. What will she do? She doesn't like to look at the code. She just wants to get an understanding of what this function is doing. So what will she do? Without looking at the code, if you say shift tab, this is a way you're getting the help of the function. You're saying, hey, help me with this function, and you try to look at the doc string. So right now, it says no doc string. So what will we do? A good practice is whenever we write a function in Python, say print. So notice here, 3 quotes, print Mera Bharat Mahan 3 times. So let's run this one. Come here and paste this here, run it. Now notice, you say greet n, let's say 5, we'll run it. And now we come back here, put your cursor here, shift and a tab is going to be your mantra. Notice the doc string. So imagine I did not have access to this function. What can I do? If I do a shift and a tab, I'm able to get a quick understanding. Generally, a good practice is give a 1 line or a 2 line. Give a short and a sweet description of your function here. This is something we need to manually keep in mind. Many times your clients will say, they will force you to keep this as a standard whenever you write a function, give a 1-line description, because many times the functions may do many complex things. Not everybody would like to look at the complex code. They would just like to look at what it is doing at a slightly high level, get a high level understanding and things like that. This is called docstring. Everybody with me, quick yes, please. Subbu, catching it, buddy. Good. Okay. So print Mera Bharat Mahan and times as simple as that. And what is different here? Greet and same thing. Okay. So take a look at this, guys. Great. Copy this one. Let's run it and say greet 5 times. We are saying Hamara Bharat Mahan. This is greet, and there's a subtle difference, greet and both of them are different functions. This is a mixie from, this is a Sumit grinder or a Sumit mixture. This is a prestige mixture. Every function is a different mixture, is what you can think of. Cool? As simple as that. Greet, Hamara Bharat Mahan. What you do inside the function depends on our requirements. So what do our requirements look like? We'll try to understand. So now take a look at this. Def greet and copy this. Notice, what is the problem, guys? What's the problem, guys? Take a friendly guess.
Capital D you used.
Case sensitive.
It is case sensitive. Notice the moment you give a small d, it turns into slightly bold color and the green color. Green color and bold style. What is that? All these things are called keywords. Is a keyword? Keyword, imagine Rahul, it's a reserved keyword. Means imagine Rahul is a fan of a cricket and he joined a cricket team. And for some reason, imagine he doesn't like his name Rahul, but he loves his loves cricket game. And imagine, let's say Suresh is the team captain. So now Rahul says, you know, I like cricket so much. I want to call myself as bat and ball. I don't want to call myself as Rahul. So now imagine Suresh says, buddy, if you want, you change your name to Shah Rukh Khan or Salman Khan. There is no problem. But don't change your name to bat, ball, wickets, runs, and wicket keeper. What are these? These are the reserved keywords in cricket. If you change your name whenever we say bat, you will come to us, and what we mean is not you. So there is unnecessary confusion. In other words, those are the words which are reserved in cricket. Those are called reserved keywords. What is reserved keywords? When you type a word, if Jupyter is giving you, if it is that style and that color, then that means that's a special reserve. That's reserved keyword in Python. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Slightly deep there, but a little bit of, you know, computer science coming back to the perspective. Okay. So that is as simple as that. Let's come back here. Now, gentlemen, ladies, let's see what is happening here. Here is print Hamara Bharat Mahan. We'll say greet. Notice inside the function. Okay, there it is. Print Hamara Bharat Mahan. So what is happening is, let's say, back here. Put this here. This here. And so notice we have Hamara Bharat Mahan is getting printed here. The Mera Bharat Mahan is not getting printed. Then again, the Hamara Bharat Mahan is getting printed. So in other words, this is getting printed successfully. This is getting printed successfully, but Mera Bharat Mahan is not getting printed successfully. Why? A friendly guess, please. Cool. We need to call the function. Very good, Satish. How do you call the function, Satish? How do we call a function? Good. Okay. But now I see Mera Bharat Mahan, but Hamara Bharat Mahan is not there. Why? Satish, Rahul. Cool? Because we didn't print it. As simple as that. What you do? Come here. Oops. Sorry about that. Cool. Let's come here. There is Hamara Bharat Mahan, Mera Bharat, and Hamara Bharat. So it is not just enough we define a have to get perfect at it, but here we are calling the function, is what it is. Everybody with me so far? So far? Guys, give me one moment here. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Can you hear me, guys? Revati, Vishweshri, can you hear me? Good. Okay, so let's continue the journey back to here. And that is the story of the greed. So what we are doing is, it is not just enough to create a function. Remember, if we come back to our thing, back to our notebook, the cloud notebook, and back to Snap, this here, let's say this here. Okay. One more time to the cloud notebook, snapping it, this here, discard it. There you go. So what did we do, guys? Here, remember, in a slightly friendly way, we created a house. Inside the house, we say Mera Bharat Mahan. But notice this one, guys. When you're executing the print command, you're not inside the house, you're outside the house. This print is also outside the house. Okay. So in other words, let me put it like this for the sake of simplicity. A Jupyter notebook is like a park. By default, we're in the park. When we are creating a function, let's say choose this one. That's where we're creating a house. A function is like a house. And what's happening is, so what's the story of this cell is, you came to the park, you say in the park, because you're outside the function, you say Hamara Bharat Mahan. Then you build a house here. You build a house, but you did not go inside the house. You did not step into the house, is what it is. You did not, in other words, after creating a house, after creating a function, you need to call it. After creating a house, unless you go inside the house, you don't know what is happening. Okay, so we created the house, then we are saying Hamara Bharat Mahan. But come here, the story is changing. What is happening? You're in the park by default. There is, you say Hamara Bharat Mahan, and now greet is when we are going inside the house. This is the step where we are going inside the house. And what do? Well, you hear Mera Bharat. And then once the function is done, you're coming outside the house. Once you come outside the house, what's happening? You're hearing Hamara Bharat. In a slightly simple way, when you're inside the function, or inside the function, you're inside the house, or that is the scope. When you're not inside the function, so Hamara Bharat is not inside the function, you're outside the function. What is this one? You're in the park. If you're in the function, you're in the house. Everybody with me so far, guys? Quick yes, please. A function is a house. If you're not in the house, you're in the park. Quick yes, please. Okay. So what is park? Park is global scope. What is house? House is local scope. The technical mantra of park is global scope. The technical mantra of house is local scope. So global and local scope is what? A couple of things we need to keep in mind. Now, let's say, come back here. Let's see what a friend is doing here. Let's see Lavanya. Times def greet and she's printing Lavanya here. While okay, this is what's happening. I is equal. Oh, this will go into infinite loop. Okay, that is where the local scope and the global scope will come into the picture, Lavanya. If I explain that now right away, I may confuse you. Just give me a few minutes. We'll come to that. Okay, Lavanya. Okay, so one more time. Mera Bharat. How do you know something is inside the house? Notice the indentation. If you're seeing the indentation, this belongs to the house. If there is no indentation, this is the house, this is the park, this is also the park. So what is park? Global scope. Hamara Bharat is in global scope. Hamara Bharat is in global scope. Mera Bharat is in local scope. One more time. Quick yes, please. Cool. So now take a look at this. Print Nescafe. Nescafe is in the park, which is global scope. Here is a house we're building for Ram. Inside his house, he is having brew. You build a house and you go into his house, he's giving you brew coffee. Then you come outside the house, you're drinking or you're having sunrise coffee. So let's see, run this one. Cool, there it is. Nescafe, brew and sunrise. So if we were to visualize this, come here, put this here and start with the park. So this is the park. Oops, we'll say. Print Nescafe. When you're in the park, you had Nescafe. Ram calls you into his house. You go into Ram's house, he's giving you brew, coffee. Then you're coming out of Ram's house, you're in the park, that is sunrise, you're having sunrise. Nescafe and sunrise are in the global scope, brew is in the local scope. Everybody with me, quick yes please. House versus park. Cool, gentlemen, ladies. Okay, let's go a little ahead and see what else we have. Okay, we'll save this. This is where we're going to answer Lavanya's question. But what we'll do, we'll come back here. Save that one here. I will save that for tomorrow. Let's today, I will go a little bit down and let's say matplotlib, back to matplotlib. Oh, save the previous and come back here. Start from here. Space subplot overlay object to integrate. It's label xy purple, and let's cut this from here. Move a little bit here. Santosh sauce. Paste this here. And one moment, guys. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys. So let's continue the journey back here. Gentlemen, ladies, a slightly boring question. What is matplotlib? Anybody? What is matplotlib? What is the mantra of matplotlib? How do you define matplotlib? Niharika, Ganesh? It is, the friendly mantra is, it is a toolbox for painters. Painters toolbox. It is a package for visualization, as simple as that. A very powerful, a simple and a very powerful package for visualization in Python, something to be kept in mind. Let's say here is X and here is Y. What are X and Y, guys? What do you think they are? Tough question. X and Y, more simple answer, Revati. What is X and Y? X and Y are coordinates. They're acting like X, Y are data points or data coordinates, as simple as that. They are axes, that is also true. But here we are looking them at like data. So we call them as data points or X and Y coordinates is what it is, guys. If you look at X and Y, what comes to your mind? When you look at X and Y, what is special about Y? What do the values look like? Simple answer, but a confusing question. X square. Y is nothing but X square, if you recall. Good, Lavanya. Cool. So now let's see subplot and things like that. It will be okay. Let's try this, guys. I'm gonna create this, copy this one, come here. We'll go ahead and run this one. So notice what we got. plt.subplot. What do you think is subplot, guys? Tough question. I'm sure you all you will answer what is PLT. So what do you think is subplot? It's a simple answer, but I'm confusing you. It is nothing but a function, as simple as that. PLT is the friendly name of the package or the module. Subplot is a function. Plot is a function, and as simple as that. So now what subplot is doing is we're telling I want one row and two columns. Okay, so in other words, let's say scroll down a little bit here, put it here. Let's see if I can auto hide this one. Hide the names, hide floating, share sound, somewhere is hide. Okay. And escape to. So here is the escape, and then say hide this one. Okay, hide it. And let's see, snap this one. Discard it, put this here. Start here. So what subplot is doing is when I say 1, 2, notice what is happening. It's creating one row. It's dividing that into two columns. So for sake of simplicity, I'll say this is the first column and here is the second column. That is what for one row, two columns and one is the first plot. What is this one? Here is, that is referring to the first cell, first row. So let's say, undo this one. We'll do it one, we'll try to do it one more time. So here is a section of the page, and it is dividing that one row into two columns. From here to here is the first column, and from here to here is the second column, is what it is. Then the one is actually referring to the first cell, which is this one. This cell. What is it doing? Well, immediately after you say that, you say plot and you give X and Y. So what is this one? This is nothing but, let's say, let's use this one. This is nothing but a visualization. This, the plot is giving you a visualization. You're taking the visualization and putting it here. Why? Because that is what that one is. Then what you're telling is, you're telling Jupyter in the first row, second column, second cell, which is going to be this cell, what you do? Put another visualization. What's happening? That is the plot. This is the second visualization. So what is this? This is the language of Matplotlib, or this is the language of Python. It's a slightly function oriented, is what we say. functional procedure oriented. Okay. So one more time, what is happening is, let's say back here or here. First, it is going ahead and drawing one row and two columns.
Navin, please
It goes
plot
ahead
the
and
names
draws one
also.
rows and two columns is what is, or in other words, to understand this one, let's try something different here. Let's say, copy this one, paste it here. And come back here. Let's say we only do this. Oh, sorry, my bad. One minute. Notice, it looks like there is one visualization here. Okay, but let's say, notice now, what happened is, what Matplotlib or Python has done is, it has drawn one row, it has divided that into two columns. In the first cell, it is immediately putting a visualization. It's adding a visualization in the first cell. When you say plot, it gives you a visualization object. The visualization object is getting added here. Let me come back here, see if I can explain it here. So when you say plot, what's happening is, it is adding it. Let's say this is a visualization object. Back here, it is adding it to this cell. Then here, this is a visualization object it is producing. And what is it doing? It is adding this one to the second cell. So the first cell is this one, and the second cell is this one. So this one is going here, which is this one. So this one is the second cell, which is going here, which is this one. Give names to plots, please. Names to the plots. Okay. Slowly, we can add a title and things like that to give the name to it, Niharika. That's what you're asking it. Okay. Everybody catching it, guys? In other words, this is the language of Matplotlib. Let me put it like this. Let me start like that. What is subplot? Subplot is when you want to make multiple plots. We call a function called subplots. We're taking, so in other words, it is one plot. This whole thing is one plot. We are dividing it into multiple plots. That is what is subplotting. Imagine a real estate area. You're plotting it or you're subplotting it. What are we doing? We're creating small plots. That is nothing but plotting or subplotting. So here also, the complete area is a real estate area. And what we are doing is we're creating small plots, that is subplotting. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Okay, so we have a lot more to go. So you don't have to get an idea right away. But let's say, scroll down. So now take a look at this. That is the subplot. I think the same thing. If I give that, it'll add it to the first cell. Okay, now take a look at this, guys. One more time, we'll repeat this. Copy this one. We'll do this. So one more time. It's creating one row, two columns. We cannot see the second column. This plot will give you the visualization object. It is going back and adding it here. This is the first cell. But now what we are doing is, we'll say, I think I'm calling this as blue. We'll put it in second one, notice. So here what we have done is we have run them individually. The plot will give you a visualization object. It is getting added to second cell. It is behind the scenes creating. So ideally, imagine, let's say, come back here, this here. Imagine it has created one row. It has put two columns. Let's say from here to here is one column. Choose from here to here is the second column. And here's the visualization. So the plot gives you the visualization. It is going, oops. It's going and add one more time. Do that. Here it is. You're adding to that cell, which is this cell. But what's happening is it's kind of collapsing it here. Because we have not individually. We have not done it at a same time. It is going ahead and putting it here. It's kind of treating it as a one row, one column, one cell is what is happening. That is just to give you an idea is what it is. But let's dig a little bit deep and try to understand that, guys. Okay. 1, 2, 2, there's a B, Y, and an X. Okay. So now come here, take a look at this. First row, second column. In the first cell, what do I want? I want the plot. R hyphen hyphen. And in the second cell, I want G. G for green. So take a look at this, what happens? R hyphen is a dash line, G star hyphen is a star line like that. So what is this? I want to add this plot in the first cell. I want to add this plot in the, or it is getting added in the second cell, where in the second column, in the second column of the first row. So in other words, you go from right-hand side to left-hand side. It is taking the plot, add this in the first cell of the second column of the first row. How is it exponentially rising? Because y, what is the value of y here? Y is nothing but square of x. Every value of x is square, right? That is why it is exponential, but Lokesh. We'll come back to that. That's a slightly deep one. But everybody catching it, guys? The mantra is you go from right to left. Don't go from left to right. You say, take this plot, add it to the second cell, second column, and first row. Give me a quick yes, please. So what is star and hyphen? That's a style. And R hyphen hyphen is also a style. So Rahul, let's say come back here. Okay, let's see if I can explain it here. Imagine you're going from right-hand side to left-hand side. What you're taking is you're taking the visualization. What Matplotlib is doing is it is adding to the second cell. It adds it to the second cell. Okay, second cell is this one. The second column is this one, and first row. We have only one row. Okay, go to the first row. Or in other words, let's put it like this, guys. Take this visualization. Go to the first row, which is the yellow box. Go to the second column, which is the green box, and the second cell. That is the second cell. In this complete, there are only two cells, blue cell and a green cell. The second cell is a green cell. In the second place, that is getting added. But because if this is not there, it is getting collapsed and it is only showing one. Or in other words, I think I'm showing you actually this one. Sorry. Cool. So let's say, here's the first visualization. And here is the second visualization. What is happening is, draw one row, put two columns, start with this one, from here to here, oops. From here to here, and another one from here to here. So take this one, and let's say for the sake of simplicity, we'll come from left-hand side. Go to the first row, which is a pink box. Go to the second column. First row, sorry, for one row, two columns. So I should not say second column. I should say, create one row, two columns, and pick up the first cell, that is this one. In this layout, or in this area of one row, two columns, pick up the first cell. So if you think of it like this, guys, one more time, sorry about that. In this area of one row and two columns, which is the first cell, the blue cell is the first cell, what do? Plug it in there. What do? This is in the area of one row, two columns, put it in the second cell. Rahul, are you catching it, buddy? To start with, let's think like that. Pink is green row, pink is row green, is two columns. Row green is the second column, Ganesh. The pink box is the main, the one row. The one represents one row. Two represents two columns. So it's like, say, subplot means create one row, two columns. Think of it like that. Create one row, two columns, and pick up the first cell. The one which is there on the right-hand side is pick up the first cell. What you do? The visualization, the plot is giving that visualization object that is being plugged in into the first cell, where the first cell is nothing but the blue. Ganesh, are you catching it, buddy? Slightly tough on there, but okay. So that is subplot. Subplot is, we are saying, hey, how many rows I want, how many columns I want. We'll dig a little bit deep into it. There are a lot more examples of that and things like that. But let's say now, here is a slightly object-oriented way. Object-oriented way is where generally, ideally, what we need to do is we need to have an idea of what is class, what is a method, what is private, public, all these things. But for now, what we'll do is, I will, without covering those things, I will introduce you a slight object-oriented way. And we'll try to get to the classes in the coming update, starting tomorrow and things like that, guys. Okay, so stick with me. We'll try to simplify this as much as possible. It is nothing but the same above thing. There's another way we can also do this. So here is a figure object. Another way to think is you create a figure object, nothing gets printed. When you say plt.figure, figure is a function, it is giving you an empty figure object, nothing is getting printed. But come here, say figure, now take a look at this. Axis is add axis, which is nothing but it is going to add an x-axis and a y-axis. We have a left, bottom, width, and a height. How much is the distance our graph or the visualization needs to maintain. So what shall we do? Let's go ahead and add that. Let's run that. So notice we have an x and a y-axis going from 0 to 1, 0 to 1 by default. So what is this? This is left, this is bottom. So from left-hand side, how far it is, from bottom, how far it is, from what is width and height. But what is the problem? We have added the axis, but the visualization, we did not plot it. So that is why it is looking like empty. So what is this? The figure object. This is the figure object with an x-axis and a y-axis. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Boom. So now let's come here. Add the figure object, add the axis, and now we'll plot it. Let's put a blue color in it. Scroll down. See how it looks like. There it is. So notice, scroll down a little bit. Put this here. Let's see what is happening. 0.1 is left-hand side, means from left-hand side, roughly 0.1 should ideally come here. Or let's say 0.1, let's say should ideally come here. That is from the left-hand side. Bottom is also 0.1, means from bottom, 0.1 is very, very minimal, somewhere over there, because it is going from 0 to 5. Then width and height. Width and height is how much is it? 0.8 and 80%. 80% of the plot, the visualization should be width, 80% of it should be height. So we have added an axis, but we have not really, we're not really, we'll try to understand what is that, guys, 80% and 80%. But coming back here, what is this? This is plot. The plot is getting added to that axis. Think of it like that, read it like that. When you say axis.plot, add the plot, the matplotlib package is adding it to that axis, which is nothing but x and y axis. Quick yes, please. Okay, slightly deep one, slightly maybe tough one also, but let's try to simplify it. Let's get a little bit deep. So now what we'll do, add the figure, add the axis, add the plot, X label, Y label, set title. What is this? Notice they are like functions. Earlier we directly used X label and Y label. Now we are saying set X label, set Y label, set title. It is same. Set X label is adding the X axis label, Y axis label, and title is adding the title. Quick yes, please. In other words, this is, you don't need to by heart it, but this is more precisely the process or the procedure. If you're new, if you bought a new scooter and you never drove a scooter, if I say to drive a scooter, you need to turn the key and then you need to accelerate. What is that? That's a procedure. So this is a procedure for adding a plot. This is another procedure for adding a plot. Okay. Now let's come here, see where we are. Okay. One more time. We'll come back here. Figure. Let's add the axis. We'll plot it, but we'll not give it the color. By default, it is taking the blue color. Now notice, guys, there is a subtle difference. Let's say we'll paste it here. I'll take out the semicolon. Copy this one. Run it. If you don't give the semicolon at the end, notice that that message comes up. It's not an error, it's not a warning, but just a general message which keeps popping up, which is really not needed. What you do, put semicolon. It's like a plt.show. Notice the message vanishes. If you put a semicolon, it's the end of it. It's kind of also, it's like doing a show. Something to be kept in mind. It's more of a syntax I want you to keep in mind. Quick yes, please. Oh, okay. And let's see. So back to figure. We'll add the axis, X and Y. Okay, that's what I've shown you. Now, let's say color is purple. Okay, color is an argument. Just turning the blue to purple, as simple as that. Do whatever color you like. Then we'll say line width is 5. Okay, line width is 5. So a thin line changed to thick line. What did we do? Not only we have specified the color, we have also given a line width. What are these? These are the arguments. These are the inputs. These are the vegetables. One is carrot, another one is tomato, an apple, and maybe an orange. And plot is a function, a mixing. Cool. Next, come here. Alpha equals to 0.5. So let's see, if I were to give alpha, it looks like this. Line width is 20, alpha is 0.5. What do you think is alpha, guys? Something like this has changed to something like this. So what do you think we should call alpha? Any guess? Friendly guess. You don't have to be perfect there. It is transparency. What was looking very thick, now if there is something behind this line, we should be able to see it. Color density, there you go. That's referred as a transparency. It is used for transparency, something to be kept in mind. Next, we'll add a line style. We have added color, line width. Line width is 20. Now LW is a shortcut. LW is also an argument which is going to take the line width. Line style is hyphen. So let's say, notice that we're keeping line width a little bit lesser. Line style is hyphen. You can give whatever line style you want. So let's say we'll give hyphen and a star. Oh, sorry, I think it takes. So if you want to understand that, put it here, shift and a tab. Let me move this one here. And here is, oops, one more time. Shift and a tab. Oh, there you go. And if you scroll down here, a detailed documentation will be here. There are other ways to get help and things like that. I'll also show you those in a bit in the coming up hours and the coming up days and things like that. But if you scroll down here somewhere, you should be able to find plot, goal, label, line width is 2. They will give you what are all the different allowed formats. So line style, you can give a hyphen. Oh, sorry. The moment I click it is going. You can give a hyphen. So let's say you give a hyphen. That's a solid line. You give a hyphen, that's coming a dashed line. So few possibilities are there. That is what is there. Quick yes, please. So there is a dot, dash and a dot. That's also allowed. And let's see now, take line style equals to steps. We can also give steps. You can ignore the warning message. The warning messages are okay, guys. The error messages are not okay. Something you want to keep in mind. Okay, next come here. Figure. Now notice for line style, instead of line style typing it, it also allows you to give an ls. Line style hyphen, and that gives you a dash line. You put a, I think what was that? We put a dot, changes into that. So you can, it's also for this particular function, it is giving us that convenience, that flexibility is what is happening, guys. Next, let's come back here. So next, I think, okay, back to functions and things like that. So gentlemen, ladies, what we'll do for today, I will stop it here. And let's see, let's have any general questions and things like that, guys. Anybody there? Suresh, how are you? And what about others? Did anybody, if you have any general questions and things like that? Let's have a quick, let's spend a few minutes for that. Everybody
Naveen?
doing okay so far, guys?
Yes, Naveen.
Do you think you'll be able to go home? You'll be able to practice and things like that?
No. Kind of questions will.
Ganesh, Suresh, and who was that? Praharsha, Lavanya. Give me a yes or no. Is AX
Naveen?
available or package like plot?
When can you share this PDF of all things? Yesterday you have shared one.
Let's say, I think you're referring to this one. Okay, it's an access. It's not a package. It's an object. The figure object is giving you access object. A figure is something which will have a group of axes. Your x-axis, your y-axis together, they're called as an axis. Axis is one dimension. If you only take one dimension, that is axis. A figure is something where you can have multiple axes. That is, this will contain by default X and Y axis. That is access object. So to figure object, you add an access object. In that access object, you're adding a plot object, Lavanya, catching it. So all these are part of the matplotlib. They are not separate packages. They are part of the matplotlib. OSM session. Can you repeat the last topic once again, but more OSM? What is OSM?
Awesome, awesome.
Oops.
It's nothing but awesome, sir.
I'll answer that one, Lavanya. Lavanya, this is going into an infinite loop. You need to give a tab. At I equals to I plus 1, it is in the scope of the function. It should be in the scope of the while. So you need to, good one, Suresh. Okay, so put a tab where you have I equals to I plus 1. Move it below the print, not below the while. And if you went into the infinite loop, probably you need to come back here. You need to say kernel and interrupt. If I run the code that you ran, it will go into infinite loop. It will be infinitely running. Probably that is what is happening for you. So you say interrupt, and then you move that I equals to I plus 1 inside. So let's say copy this one, paste this one here. This needs to be here. And make sure your indentations, Python will keep catching. So this one should be here, this one should be here, this one should be here. It should be like this. I equals to I plus 1. Can post yesterday's session in chat box. Yesterday's session. See, I think they will share them with you. I guess Savitri, Sanchita may be able to help you.
Sir?
Questions we can, yeah, okay. I'm working on that, Suresh. For now, go ahead and practice these things step by step, buddy. Be
Sir?
good at these things. I'm working on those.
Sir?
And let's see what else. What are the other things? Okay. So from
Naveen?
here, this one.
Naveen, could you please run the code which
Show
I
you the
shared to you?
grids and the numpys. Let's copy this one. See if I still have my drive open. Python, and here's the Tech Mahindra. Not this one. Let's go to my drive. Tech Mahindra. And let's say, so, okay. Oh, sorry, my bad. I have muted myself. Okay, now talk. Suresh, sorry about that.
Naveen,
Here.
this is Lavanya. Could you please run the code which I shared to you?
Okay. Give me one moment. Let me create a new. So I need to create a new file here. Upload file. Text editor. There you go. Let's say create in a shade folder. Let's say yes. Okay. Let's say create new text file. Paste it here. And let's say, so, no, sign up. Set to drive. Oh, sorry, that's a different one. Give me one moment, Lavanya. In C and Java, spaces doesn't matter, but when we write code in Python, spaces are mandated. Yes, that is what is the spacing, tabbing, indentation is what it is. Python is forcing you in it. It's more of a syntax requirement, okay? Call this as, let's say, 002.py. Say, file renamed. Oops. Text editor of code. Check in. And try to say rename this. Okay, it's already taken. So that is the file. I gave you access to this one yesterday. These are all the codes from today's thing. And let's come back to our friend here. Let's see where it is. Okay. Lavanya, can you, I'll make you the co-host. You go ahead and share it. Let's look at it on yours. Okay, Lavanya. Make co-host, click on yes. Let's say I'll stop the share. You share your screen if it's okay. Without blocks, how can we understand the code which is inside? There you go. You went into the inside infinite loop. So notice the star there, guys. If you're noticing the star, that means this is running infinitely. What's happening is the I is getting incremented continuously after the while loop. So what you do, go to the kernel, click on the kernel, say interrupt. Now what you do is, when you interrupt is, notice the number is 15. It stopped. Okay, so what you need to do now is, in front of I, do a tab. Put a tab and move it into the scope of the while loop. Tab there. Not a space. You can do a tab directly. Tab. There you go. Now run it. Now run the first cell 14 first, then run the cell 15. There you go. Catching it. So otherwise, what happens is it's going into an infinite loop because of the nature of the while loop. The loops will cover in the coming up days. Here, I just wanted to give you a touch of the function and its syntax. Catching it, Lavanya?
Yes, Naveen. Thank you.
Very good. Cool. So, gentlemen, ladies, anybody else who tried to run the code and things like that? Anybody? Did any one of you have luck running the code successfully? Are you guys all confident you'll be able to go back and run it? Not? Yes or no? How can we understand code which is inside? Okay, we'll talk about that, Lokesh. Indentation. Okay, I think you're answering the previous one. Guys, do you think you'll be able to handle it, guys? You'll be able to access you'll access your cloud. You'll be able to run this thing step by step. Yes or no? Give me a quick yes or no. Suresh, Lokesh, Srirupa. What about others? Are you just listening me and leaving, or do you think you'll go back and you'll be happy to practice and things like that?
I mean, today we have class from 8 to 10 from today onwards.
Nobody. The night times, I actually have a few meetings going on. So I will, you need to give me a little bit of time to come.
Okay, Naveen, no problem.
Thank you. And guys, tomorrow, also, there's a slight change in my plan. I have not yet discussed with Savitri and others, but would something like 9 to 12 a.m. be okay, guys? I have a client visit going on. I need to.
Okay, Naveen. From morning 9 to 12.
9 to 12, yes.
Okay, Naveen, no problem.
Great. Everybody else okay, guys? Anybody a no for that?
Okay.
Okay, Naveen.
Okay,
No problem,
okay,
Naveen, no
Naveen.
problem.
Actually, we had it from 9 o'clock only. Last week, Neeraj has taken from around 9 to 1, like that half day training. After that, it has changed from 10 to 7.
Oh, okay. I see. So I have few meetings going on generally in a few days, but tomorrow I have a client visit going. So just for tomorrow, I will join at 9 to 12, guys, and we'll sign off because I have to go for a client visit and things like
that. Okay, Naveen. Tomorrow only half day training, Naveen?
Yeah.
Okay, Naveen. No problem.
No problem. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Any other questions, guys, before we wrap up today? Okay, good, guys. Gentlemen, ladies, for today, I'll stop it here. We'll continue the journey from tomorrow and go from there. You guys take care, stay safe, keep learning.
Wish you the same, Naveen.
Thank you, buddy. Take care. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Naveen.
Thank you, Naveen.
Thank you, Naveen.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Bye for now.
Sir.
Yeah, buddy.
Sir, once see the chat box. I have a question.
Lokesh, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh,
So we have assigned with IT foundation course. We have to complete that in 28 days. We have to go through that or not, sir?
You're also taking an IT foundation course.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, Savitri ma'am said that just concentrate on training, not other courses like Dexter and NAD courses which are assigned to us.
Concentrate on which one?
Training, whatever going on now,
Oh, okay.
D&A training, that's what.
Oh, okay. Good one. What's your name?
Niharika, sir.
Good one, Harika. Niharika. Good one. Thank you, Niharika. So ours is important, guys. Ours is like a movie, and other trainings are like a TV serial. But if you prefer a TV serial or a movie, that's up to you. But I will say you take up a movie. You come to a movie and watch a movie. This is more important. Lokesh, catching the point, buddy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Niharika. Thank you, Lokesh. So allow me to sign off, guys. You guys take care. Again, thank you. Bye for now. Thank you again. Any questions, we'll take up tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.